Are you able to hear me through Zoom or is it still a little spotty?
You're muffled on my end.
This is the interpreter. It's very clear for me.
Seems like the volume could be a little low from what I'm hearing here.
I hear Commissioner Weiss just fine and the interpreter, so it may be on your end then. Thank
I
you.
think, I think you're right, Commissioner Lang. I think it's at their end.
That's interesting because I can hear Ms. Shar loud and clear, just at the same volume that I hear both Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Weiss.
Can we have one of the commissioners up on the podium try and speak into their mic?
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Still a little muffled on the Zoom.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Lang.
How about now? Is that better?
Much better.
Microphones close to you, folks.
There is a bit of an echo. I can still understand clearly, but that may not be true for everyone.
Good morning. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:09 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc, for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, as well as written public comment submissions. On that website, you can also find a public comment portal where you may submit comments in writing to the commission for consideration. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will begin by calling the commissioners in alphabetic order. Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eade.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Osceola County, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Good morning. Present, attending
Morning.
remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Vallette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have 10 members present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc. I will now entertain a motion to approve today's meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Lett and a second by Commissioner Weiss to approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to present the purpose of today's hearing. I believe he will be accompanied by the... Is there any objection? Commissioner Lett?
I have no picture on this screen.
We will get that working. Hearing no objection, Mr. Woods, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Before we begin, we have a presentation, or I should say some welcome and greetings from the Director of Community Affairs for Wayne State University, none other than Stacy Clayton. Thank you, Stacy, for being here with us today.
Good morning. On behalf of our Board of Governors and President Kimberly Andrews Espy, welcome to Wayne State. We are a Tier 1 research institute in the heart of Detroit. Our mission is to create and advance knowledge, prepare a diverse student body to thrive, and positively impact local and global communities. Having events like today's Michigan Citizens Redistricting Commission's public meeting on our campus reflects our mission and commitment to community. The work of the Commission is particularly important to ensure Detroit has true representation in our state Senate and representative offices. Everyone, especially our young people, need to know the value of their vote to elect someone who stands for their interests. I'm extremely pleased to say that last October, Wayne State University was named a top 15 voter-friendly campus and was the only university in Michigan on the list. I'm immensely proud we have a 90% voter registration and saw a 73.5% turnout in the 2020 election, and we expect we will meet or exceed those numbers this year. Thank you to Ed Woods, Kristen Taylor for selecting Wayne State, and thank you to the Commission for the important work you are doing on behalf of the public. We wish you a good and productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for all of your work and everything to make this day possible. We are always excited to have public feedback. That's something that is very integral to this process, and I will be sharing my screen so we can talk about our public comments and what we are looking to have take place today. So let me just share the screen. If you're able to see the screen, just nod your head. Just want to make sure everyone has a chance. Perfect. We're at Wayne State University, as you already know, and we are excited to be here at a Tier 1 public research institution. For our appreciation, I want to thank Dr. Stacy as well as others who have made this possible to be here at Wayne State University. We want to thank Cultivate Public Relations for their non-traditional and social media outreach to let people know that we're here, as well as McConnell Communications for their traditional and community outreach, letting people know about the public hearings taking place this week in Detroit, where we can hear how to draw the maps or get your assistance on how to do it. Definitely like to thank Chase Creative, our AV team who has been with us this week for everything that they have done, as well as our volunteers who are helping out with registration and promoting these public hearings taking place in Detroit this week. History of the NAA, I don't know where I'm going, MICRC. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the MICRC, the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. It's comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents, includes 4 who affiliate with the Democrats, 5 who don't affiliate with either the Democrats or Republicans, which we commonly call independents, and 4 who affiliate with the Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. Congressional, Michigan House, and Michigan Senate districts. Unlike the previous standards, the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission is required to follow the 7 ranked redistricting criteria as outlined in the Constitution. Prior to this, we were using the APO standards. The legislature was using the APO standards, which focused primarily on city, county, and municipal boundaries. In this particular process, the commission is required to follow these 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Equal population in the Voting Rights Act, geographically contiguous, reflect states' diversity and communities of interest, no disproportionate advantage to any political party, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries, and then be reasonably compact. The U.S. District Court in Western Michigan found the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, which is also known as the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. There was no finding, I repeat, there was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. They ordered the commission to reconfigure state Senate districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, and not focus on race. Why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. Redistricting can keep your community together, so that's why we have the hashtag Show Up, Speak Up, hashtag Show Up, Speak Up, so we can hear about your community. Redistricting will help ensure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. Why we are here today. We are here today to hear directly from you. We believe that government works best when we hear what citizens want, and that is something that is so important to this process, is hearing directly from citizens. We want to understand your community of interest. We want to know about the historical interests, whether that be neighborhoods, cultural interests, whether it relates to ethnicity or another special group, or as it relates to economic interests, whether it's a university district, whether it's a water district, agriculture district, business district. We want to understand your community of interest. We want to learn from your feedback, number 3, on how to draw the state Senate districts in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Public comment guidelines. You have up to 3 minutes to address the commission in the first round of public comment and an additional 2 minutes in the second round of public comment. Number 2, address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Number 3, any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone. Number 4, if any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order their removal from the meeting. This has never taken place, and so we do not plan to start today. So we thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines. Show up, speak up. To continue to receive information, we encourage you to like and or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, or TikTok at RedistrictingMI. Subscribe to the MICRC YouTube channel. You can submit public or mapping comments at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. You can also go to that same website to sign up for email alerts, or you can call us at 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Chairman Eid, thank you. And that concludes my comment on the public comments guidelines.
Thank you, Executive Director Woods. For the public, I'll just add a couple things. If you turn around behind you, you'll see 2 maps. The one on the left was the one that was created by the state legislature in the 2010 election census cycle. The one on the right is the Linden map that the commission created in 2021. We also have Ryan in the back. If you could raise your hand. If you'd like to take a look at any of the current mapping proposals that the commission is drawing, or take a shot at drawing your own map, please see him. He can help you get up to speed on all of that. Taking a look at them might give you some ideas about your communities of interest or areas that you'd like to provide public comment about. With that said, we'll now start the public comment process. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with live public comments first, followed by remote public comments in chronological order. We have 2 rounds of public comments today. For the first round, you will have 3 minutes, and if your remarks are not finished, or if you have something else you'd like to add, you can sign up for an additional 2 minutes of public comment, meaning you'll have a total of 5 minutes to speak today. We'll be here until 7 p.m., so as long as you're signed up before 7, we will make time to hear from you. First in line to comment today is Reverend Lawrence Jackson.
Thank you very much. And thank you all to all the commissioners, because I know this is a volunteer situation. So we thank you for taking time out of your day to do this. I also want to say thank you and to anybody that is watching on video and anybody here in the room. I want to start my comment with basically a quick story. I hope that all of you can remember the story about the Wizard of Oz. And the reason that I'm going to put that forth is because right now, in terms of voting, I have voted in every election since 1978. That was the first time I was able to vote. And it's so important to do that, not just for the president, but all the way down the voting spectrum. But the story that I want to tell is that right now, the Democrats, and I hope I'm not out of order, but you know, they're like the scarecrow, no brains, and not necessarily looking at what happens with the people. The Republicans are not as bad as they're not any better, because they're like the Tin Man, you know, not no heart, not trying to help people. And I think, no, I'm sorry, not the Tin Man. It's the Cowardly Lion, because they don't want to stand up to those that have voices or that have a bunch of money but are not helping the people. Because my whole goal is to try to help the people. We let the Tin Man rust, and now we're left with Toto, who hopefully can get the man behind the curtain, the curtain, you know, exposed. Because right now we really don't have a lot of leadership, and that's all the way across the board. So that's why I'm here today, is to say, look, to my fellow Michiganders, as well as this commission, it is so important that we make voting a fair process, not all the ones that can, you know, pay for glitz and glamour and make things look good, because I'm sure all of you know there's a big difference between looking good and being good. And right now, our leadership is not good at all. I feel that we don't have enough options. I guess that means I gotta stop. But regardless, I hope the only point that everybody got is that it's important for us to be in this process, and it starts with this type of commission. And again, thank you all. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And if you'd like, you could sign up to get an additional 2 minutes if you have something else you'd like to say. Thank you. Also, this isn't volunteer. We are paid to, this is a job that we're paid for, just for clarity. All right, next up is Mr. Anthony Scannell. Mr. Scannell, it's nice to see you in person.
Yep, in person today. Thank you. I got to raise this morning. MICRC at the Wayne State University. That's where we are. I got my Wayne State thing on. Happy to be here. Spent a lot of time in here and down there. At there was a McDonald's when I went here, but I don't think there's anymore. But I don't really have a lot to say. I probably don't need the whole 3 minutes. I think just based off my experience living, working, and whatever down in the Lincoln Park, Melvindale, in Southwest Detroit area, I think Lincoln Park should go with Southwest Detroit, and Melvindale should probably go with Dearborn, but it doesn't have to. I think it's just a better fit. And yeah, I appreciate all the effort to get this meeting together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. Next up is Kathy Saros.
Okay, thank you very much for what you're doing. I think that this is a very important thing, this commission, and I think that the eyes of Michigan and the nation are watching us, and I love that this is an equitable process and that we're working very hard. I'm from Lincoln Park. I have 3 kids in school right now, and we do a lot of our life in Allen Park, in Dearborn, and Dearborn Heights. So I would like to see Lincoln Park be redistricted with Allen Park. Our dentist is in Allen Park. All the teams that we play against for sports are Allen Park and Dearborn. So map 350 is the one that I'm suggesting. I don't think I'm going to take up the whole 3 minutes, but thank you again for what you're doing, and for everyone that's here making comments also. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Letice Meadows.
Hi, it's Latrice Meadows Braxton. Yes, I would like to address, well, I'm here from APRI, Detroit Downriver Chapter. And we're, our main thing is that Detroit and Downriver cities are in an industrial belt of the Southeast Michigan, which have a lot of pollution. The bad air quality causes eczema and asthma, and many other breathing problems. And we're just saying that all of the above reasons by Wayne County, we need to keep the Detroit and Downriver cities in the same legislators who know our concern and personally and will not dilute our voices with our community that shares the same concern that we have. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meadows. Next up, we have Ghana Goodwin Dye.
Good morning. Thank you for what you're doing. I know it takes a lot of time to serve, okay, and a lot of passion. I am also with Detroit Downriver APRI. Due to low tax-based, our schools are underfunded with older buildings that need repair for health issues, as well as broadband is beyond our reach because first we must deal with economic issues because many of the residents cannot afford the internet. During COVID, these children were left behind because they did not have access. Transportation is an issue as well because the need of the busing system because of the low income base, and people need to have a transportation base that they can use to get to and from work, which needs to be expanded throughout the Michigan. All of the above reasons are why we need Wayne County to stay together so that all of the issues that are of concern of all of these different areas need to be addressed by people that know these communities and are working in these communities and are trying to help support these communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next on the list, we have Janine Eldiri.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your work. My name's Heneen, not Janine, and I live in Dearborn. I'm here to advocate that my community of interest is kept together. Metro Detroit is home to several minority communities, including one of the largest ethnic diaspora regions in the US. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Dearborn, and Warrendale, as well as other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Livonia, Canton, and Ferndale. I am asking to keep these communities of interest together. Without a fair count of our community in the US Census, we are consistently invisible and not factored into the political process of redistricting. I urge you to please consider map SDCOL version 1, April 29th, which provides sufficient consideration for our community of interest. We would also like the city of Warrendale to be added back and remain part of our community of interest. The commission will determine the representation that our community of interest will have for the next 10 years and the generational impact it will have for our future. Please take the time to redraw the Senate maps to reflect the recently equitable redrawn Senate map. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we have Chris Johnson.
Good morning to this honorable body. I want to say thank you for allowing these public hearings to continue. I also want to thank you for what you did with the House. It worked out perfectly, and I pray that this commission will take those same objectives in consideration when redoing the Senate maps. The main reason is there must be representation provided from Lansing into these areas. If there is no representation to some of these areas, things go by the wayside, so to speak. Because of this last redistricting, personally, and I'm speaking on behalf of my community, I'm president of the Bagley Community Council, we were lacking representation on some parts. And I don't think it's fair to the people. We have one of the largest voting districts in the city of Detroit. So saying that, we should get representation that we're supposed to have. And that has not taken place. It's very important. We cherish our community, but there are things that need to be done, not just in my community, but all over the city of Detroit and other communities. So I would ask that this commission take into consideration that these people who are supposed to represent us, to me, it doesn't matter the color, but what matters is the representation that we receive. And if that representation is not there, then this whole thing is for naught. But again, I thank you. I thank you for all the hard work you're doing, and I look forward to attending more of these meetings as things progress.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That concludes the folks who have signed up to speak in person for now. However, I do see a lot of people in this room who, and some of y'all haven't signed up to speak yet. I encourage you to please sign up to speak. We won't bite, and we'll be here until 7 p.m. if you decide to do so. I actually just got one more. Regina Williams.
Good morning. My name is Regina Williams. I'm with APRI Downriver. I was just sitting thinking that, listen to the talking going on, that you need on the map, keep all of Detroit together, because the momentum of Detroit is really picking up with the Lions, the draft, and sometimes you have to ride on what's going on to keep things getting better. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We as a commission, we can't keep all of Detroit together because these Senate districts that we're working on has about 265,000 people, and Detroit has more people than that. So what we need to really hear is what communities within Detroit or outside of Detroit, whatever you think, should be together. That's the kind of comments we really need. That's what really helps us. What are your neighborhoods? What neighborhoods are similar to yours? What areas do you want to be in the same district with? We will now start our remote public comments. For our remote public comment, I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say, "The host wants you to speak," and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note if you are experiencing technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. The first person in line did not provide a name, but they provided a Gmail address.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Next in line is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We
Hello?
can, Mr. Gallant. Good morning.
All right. Thank you very much. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And Chair Eid, AKA Toto, it's not the Wizard of Oz behind that curtain. It's General Henry Roberts, who interpreted directly the U.S. House of Representative rules for common society in America as common law parliamentary procedure. You were instructed by Mike Brady, Robert's Rules of Order. Motion first, second, you just did it to approve the agenda. We know you can do it. You can fix this 100% right now by unanimous consent. Just don't allow any debate or discussion before a motion to approve those new unconstitutional map to replace the Senate map. Then divide the question 11 times, 11 ways for all the complete and incomplete maps you have right now rolling, just each one of them, and then place them all on the table and bring them back one at a time so you can discuss each one individually and you won't have to go back and figure out what's going on. Okay, you can bring it back and then motion to postpone to a later date and then approve the one map. That's how it works. That's how it works in America. That's what you're supposed to be doing here under your oath of office, following our Constitution. Now, this is a perfect place for you to fix this. I'd ask you to ask the Wayne State University Board of Governors, which I have presented to them, this issue, and to look into the idea that the Constitution you're following is actually the Wayne State University School of Medicine Graduate Student Senate Constitution that was created in 2023, and the Student Senate Constitution that you presided under as the president at Wayne State University School of Medicine. Those are the constitutions you're following, not the United States Constitution, the Michigan Constitution, which is, you know, the question first, the motion first, and that's how you're doing it. And that's where I found that motion to discuss. I've never seen that before in 25 years. That came from the School of Senate, right there, the Senate Constitution from that school. The Constitution under a Constitution is a secret society under Robert's Rules and common law in America. It's the way it is. Dr. King, remember he said, this is real hard. It's real hard for me, but this is the place to stop this right now. And if you don't, then I would predict that this Michigan Supreme Court will vacate every one of you for by consensus suspending the Constitution and not following your oath of office. Basically, the whole thing. So please do that. And please hire a real parliamentarian. And by resolution, please request that Attorney General Jane Odessa come here and join this debate with you and provide a formal written opinion from the Attorney General of Michigan, because Robert's Rules of Order was never an Attorney General opinion subject. It was a secondary subject. And they said, well, not necessarily have to to use Robert's rules because that's not the subject of this opinion. But you do have to because Mike Brady said you have to under the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution. You didn't vote on it. It's common law in America. And this is where we're going to the Supreme Court. Please help us fix this, man. You can do it. And I think you are the only one that could possibly fix this based on my understanding of your personal values.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. I really am trying my best here. I do appreciate your comments as well. Next up is Mary Coffey.
That participant is not present.
How about Jordan Elsley?
That participant is also not present.
Bernard Meadows.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Yes, hello. And first of all, good morning. My name is Bernard Meadows. I'm a member of the Detroit Downriver APRI. The first thing I would like to say that the redistricting only affects the people in our community of Detroit. We always seem to get the short end of the stick in economic and political ways, multiple ways. First being things like internet accessibility. Broadband is beyond a lot of our reach. A lot of people cannot afford the internet, and this leaves our people in our community at a disadvantage. Also, transportation. People cannot afford vehicles. But what costs more than the vehicle is the car insurance. So I believe that this also puts our people at a disadvantage. That is all I would like to say for now. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. That concludes our first round of virtual public comment. We do have a member of the public who signed up to speak a second time in person. At this time, I'll invite Anthony Scannell to the microphone.
Thank you so much. I wasn't planning on speaking again, but I heard the person right after me, and they were talking about Lincoln Park, Allen Park. I was like, yeah, I kind of agree. Kind of. If you look at one of the options I've looked at is you can split Allen Park around north of Southfield Road if you want. Put it with Melvindale. South of Southfield Road, put it with Taylor, Lincoln Park, whatever. But or you could put the whole city of Allen Park with Dearborn. It's not what I would do, but you could do it. I definitely think Lincoln Park should be with Southwest Detroit, and I've said why already. And I like these maps back here. I think that's a great visual, and I want to see them for the draft proposed maps. I think this process with the Senate has an extra step in it. Like for the last one, you just gave one map to the court, but this time you're gonna give the court your drafts. Was that the case last time? It was just, oh, you did that too last time? I didn't even notice. Okay, well, good luck with that. I don't know, whatever you come up with the next 2 days, that's pretty much what we're stuck with, right? Because it's just narrowly tailored changes. So if you have any individual commissioners, the online ones, if I don't know, pull out all the stops, bring your best individual ideas, because I think there's 2 more days of mapping, and it's just narrowly tailored changes after that. So thank you.
Mr. Scannell, can you repeat what you said about Allen Park and Southfield Road?
Yeah, you could put the north part with Melvindale and the south part with Taylor or Lincoln Park. Or if you had to split Allen Park, that's just what I would do. You don't have to split it though.
Thank you. And once we have draft maps submitted to the court, we'll also have big blow-ups of those maps for our later public hearings for the public to look at during our second round of public hearings that's taking place mid-June. We have no one signed up for, we have no one else signed up for in-person public comment. We do have an individual who signed up for a second round of virtual public comment, being Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me again?
We can, James. Good morning.
All right, thank you very much. James Gallen again. These are still my opinions. And I guess, Chair Eid, I guess for now, I'll have to take your word for it that you're doing the best you can under your personal stressors in your life. But under the rules, you know, you have all the say. Just don't let them do it. They can appeal your decision. They can vote not to follow the Constitution, and you can just maintain your own, and then they can vote you out, and then they let Commissioner Lett take over. And we'll see how this the current customs pan out today, and we'll see if the specters show up. And because I'm going to ask you to slay the Wizard of Oz and protect everyone all at once and follow Robert's Rules of Order as you were instructed as common law in Michigan by Mike Brady at the first meeting. And please get that written legal opinion from our council. We're paying millions and millions of dollars. And the Baker folks, the partisan attorneys. Commissioner Lett said they were partisan attorneys. That's why they got experience. That's why they're, but guess what? Constitution says, nonpartisan employees and staff. This is so wrong. This is so wrong on so many fronts. Start straight away before you do this new mapping under one rule, and you're going to suspend the Constitution, and you're going to suspend all of the rules except that one mapping rule. Okay, we'll go over it. We'll figure it out. And we'll go back to remember when the members can facilitate their own agenda items, except Doug Clark wasn't allowed to do that when it was a Pledge of Allegiance. Zatella's the one that said, no, she's going to go first. She's going to facilitate and not allow that. So that rule didn't exist then. That current practice, that current custom didn't exist then, but it does exist now, as verified by you as Zatella. And what about those emails those text messages you were doing during the meetings? That's closed session meeting during the meeting. That's the specter. Poke me right in my good eye with that. You know, it's where everybody's watching, but they're not really paying attention to that part. And ask Mr. Dindoffer if he could maybe come and think about this. He says he's never really looked into this part about making a motion for his part as a practicing attorney. And I guess the guy online that says he's Dindoffer. And Dindoffer and the guy there, the last speaker from the first meeting, from the very first meeting, they're the ones who've been participating.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. Mr. Gallant. I'm looking at Mr. Scannell. So.
No offense, Mr. Scannell.
Okay, that concludes our public comment. Once again, we're going to be here until 7 p.m. I encourage everybody watching, anybody who would like to come out and speak to the commission, to do so. Next on the agenda is mapping. Without objection, I will ask the commission to return to our mapping processes and procedures under our rules of procedures and mapping policies document. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, we will proceed. We have Mr. Morgan with us today from EDS. I do see Mr. Fink, you have your hand raised.
I do, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. I just wanted to follow up on a brief discussion that we had at the end of the meeting yesterday, just to make sure that the commission is clear and that the public, the recommendation and guidance is clear to the commission and to the public in terms of how this process should play out over the next few weeks, or really month and a half. During the House remedial process, you had a successful process that you followed that ultimately led to the Motown Sound map that the commission, that the court accepted. And I've encouraged the commission to follow a similar process, which I think you've done, which is to draft proposed maps without using racial data. You're continuing that process right now. As Director Woods indicated yesterday, the initial set of completed maps will be sent off for VRA review so that the VRA team led by Mr. Braden from Baker Hostetler can start their review. They will then, Mr. Braden and his team will present on that next week. You'll continue your mapping process today and continue to incorporate public feedback that you've been receiving and you're continuing to receive, continue to draft maps, and can then submit any additional maps that you want for VRA review. I believe the date is by the 15th of May, next week, Wednesday at 3 p.m. So that'll be any additional collaborative maps or the individual maps for VRA review and partisan fairness review. Once you receive that VRA feedback from Mr. Braden and his team, after they review the maps and provide you with their VRA analysis, you can then consider, based on that feedback, making narrowly tailored revisions or tweaks to any of the maps that you'd like before deciding on which maps to submit to the court and send out to the public, publish to the public for the public hearing process, which will then commence after that. After you go through the public hearing process, as we had provided guidance during the House remedial mapping process, for the Senate, you can also then, if you so choose, make some minor revisions to one or more of those maps if such changes are the logical outgrowth of comments that you received during the public hearing process, before ultimately deciding on which map you want to adopt to send off for the court as the commission's final proposed Senate remedial map. So again, I just wanted to provide an overview of that to make sure that there's hopefully some clarity to that, and happy to address any questions on that, but encourage the commission to continue its work and produce excellent choices for the public to consider and provide feedback on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Hope that provides some clarity. All right, we will resume mapping. When we left off yesterday, I was just finishing up some minor population deviation issues.
Okay, so you want to bring up the plan that you worked on yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as we discussed yesterday, the plan was mostly complete. There are just some deviation issues. So I think the practice would be to make a copy of it and finish the edits with today's date for the time being.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Then it can be put up and marked as complete on the website.
Okay, so it was District 3 that's outside of the population deviations that you've been using at 2.5%?
Right.
Okay.
Just to recap for the public, what we're looking at now is an attempt to combine multiple House districts that were in the Motown Sound map that the commission adopted and the courts subsequently approved, and try to take a couple of those districts and combine them into Senate districts, since just about 3 House districts is equal population to a Senate district. Now, it doesn't match up exactly, so I do hope that my fellow commissioners and the public take a look at this and provide some feedback, but the draw went pretty okay. So right now, we're just fixing the population deviation.
Okay, so the new name is today's date version 1. It's a copy of the plan that you worked on yesterday. And then again, District 3 was out of the population specifications at -3.4.
So 3 is a little under, 1 is a little over.
Yes.
Okay. Let's open up the neighborhood layer.
Okay, so you're looking for areas to add into 3 from 1.
Yes, let's look at the Midwest neighborhood.
So you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7,000.
And that should do it.
Okay.
Okay, well, it looks like we're within compliance on all of the districts. Can we zoom out and just take a look at what we have?
I would probably need to take a moment to put those water blocks in.
Let's, we can do that later.
Of
Let's
course.
zoom out for now. So, yeah, it seems like we have a District 1 that approximates the House Districts 7, 9, and 1, a Senate District 2 that approximates House Districts 2, 3, and 15, a Senate District 3 that approximates House Districts 4, 5, and 8, and a Senate District 8 that approximates House Districts 11, 12, 14, and a little bit of 7. And then on the other side, a Senate District 6 that approximates House Districts 16 to 17, and a little bit of 22. And the rest of it in Oakland and Wayne County are from other collaborative maps that the commission drew, because I didn't want to mess with those too much. So I'll end it there. I think it's an interesting idea to combine House districts. If they were good enough for the House map, I don't see why they wouldn't be good enough for the Senate. You can go ahead and assign those water blocks. And while we're doing that, we do have some more public comment. Darwin Griffin.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
I'm Darwin Griffin, Detroit Downriver, a Philip Randolph Institute. And after I spoke yesterday, I talked to some other people regarding about the boundaries, especially the boundaries right there at 8 Mile and just south of 8 Mile. And the concern that I have again is trying to make certain that we have people that are in the city of Detroit that are disenfranchised, that feel like their votes don't matter, and feel like they're going to let other people in other areas vote for them. And that's the thing that I'm most concerned about, is to make certain that there's inclusiveness with all the people in the city of Detroit to be able to get their voices heard, be able to go, because the concerns are different. Schools, infrastructure, looking at trying to go and build businesses, business creation is totally different when you have people that may not have a problem in certain areas that don't have a problem trying to go and get a business started or to find startup capital to get their businesses started. And the same thing when it comes down to the schooling. You have some schools that have metal detectors, magnetometers before you get into the schools versus other schools where you can just walk freely into the school. So there's concerns that in some areas that don't demonstrate the needs in certain populations in Detroit that others in other districts may have as well. Thank you for letting me make my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Next, we have Dorcine Wesley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm also with Detroit Downriver APRI. I have a couple of questions more than just a comment. I did try to look at your maps last night, and I had difficulties pulling it up first, but the ones that I did get my granddaughter to finally pull up for me had different notations on them than what I saw yesterday here. One was number 349. Is that from before, or is that currently what you're working on? I wasn't sure. The number that I looked at that I thought was okay was 349, but the numbers that you had up yesterday were totally different. Okay.
I'll answer you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I be heard online? So the numbers that we give, those big long numbers, that's the numbers that we're really going by. But when it's assigned to the website, it gives it that 349, 350, 351.
But how do we know? So I didn't know what I was looking at.
So the 349 coincides with whatever date and whatever version we put on that. They stay together. It's the same.
Okay, I didn't know how to look at it. So I'll probably try it again.
Ryan back there can help you
on the way out. Okay, thank you.
And we can pull it up right now for you to make sure it's the one that you're talking about. So that's 349, 425, 24, version 7.
Oh, I see. But
and this is one of the ones that we're working on now. It's progressed into a couple different configurations, but can you pull up the PDF, John?
Ask your question. Okay, the question that I had was, when you configured that, was the you have several things that you go by to do this, right? So what was the biggest or one of the main things that you looked at first? Was it population?
I'll answer.
Okay.
Population is always first. That's the top priority.
Okay.
So population
Okay.
is number one, and then we kind of go down the list. So then,
Okay. Are the requirements, are they listed somewhere? Because I couldn't find them. Will he have them back there?
could we put the rank criteria on the screen?
I can share my screen. Hold on.
I'll
Y'all
also
are
say
scaring
this.
me.
This is Commissioner Kellum. Good
Yes.
morning, everyone. I think different commissioners, we draw collaboratively, right? At least
Okay.
we desire to do that. So different commissioners hear different things when they're listening to commenter. We all take notes in different ways. And so when we take turns, we're drawing based upon what we hear. Some commissioners have a preference to start in the suburbs. Other commissioners have a preference to start in the Detroit area.
Okay.
So it literally, it's kind of like drawing a picture.
Okay.
The picture depends on where you start. And then once you get to a certain area, your question about population, then you might start to look at numbers because you're forced to either go left, right, up, down. You might ask for Kent or John to pull up population numbers in a given precinct area because now we're looking at the math of it. If we have a district that is 240,000, okay, we know we're getting close. So now we can only get about 20,000 folks. And so we're looking to see where we can get that. So this is the rank.
Okay.
This never changes. This is like forever and ever. Amen. First, we have the Equal Population and Voting Rights Act. Second, we look at the geography of an area. We want it to be contiguous. That means we don't want lots of different shapes and strips and angles and those things we're trying to find.
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
Okay.
So 3, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. We want to reflect diversity and communities of interest. So that's where you all come in and saying, okay, I live in the Bagley community. Our community shares interest with Schultz. We want to be in this area. This, like you're starting to describe your neighborhoods. Then 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party.
Right.
We don't care about who's running, who used to run. That is not within our purview, especially with us not being politicians. This is the part of the process that is the main focus, the mission of the ballot for politicians not doing the work and having regular old citizens like us doing that. 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate, similar to what I just said before. And then we want to reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And then finally, we want things to be reasonably compact. Okay?
When
So
you say reasonably compact, you're trying to stay within, close to each other. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to get it clear in my head
Of
so that when
course.
I'm looking at the maps, the boundaries weren't making sense. to me.
Yes. So
Okay.
yesterday, we went through several maps and had commissioners that worked more on the map or had recollection of how maps were drawn. We went through that process of describing how we got to what the public is seeing, and we do our best to try to do that initially. I think kind of being on you all side for a minute, what you're wanting to hear is, I heard this neighborhood wanting to be with this neighborhood. I'm drawing this because
Yeah.
these cities, and we have yes, and sometimes that, admittedly, sometimes that does not happen. It sometimes sounds like we're starting here and I want to take this line and go there. So we'll do our best to add more qualitative data that colors what commenters are saying. I'm not saying that we don't do that already, but we'll try to do more.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. And you did
course.
clear up a couple of things that I was looking at yesterday. My last question, when is the final result? When will we know what you've come up with, and do we get to speak again when you give us a final?
You do, but I'm the vice chair. Our chair is going to give you that information.
Okay.
That is a great question. So what we're doing now is our first round of public hearings.
How many will you have?
We're gonna have 2 rounds of public hearings.
Okay.
Right now is the first, today is the last day of it.
Okay.
We were in Macomb County on Tuesday and we were in Southfield yesterday. Today we're here in Wayne County. We're gonna take the feedback we received today and submit some drafts to the court. I don't know how many we'll submit, but there will be multiple versions. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take those versions and we're gonna come back to the community on June 11th, June 12th, and June 13th to hear which one of those y'all like best.
Well,
And
okay, will these meetings be better advertised? Because this was not. And had our organization not been affiliated with certain people, I wouldn't have known. So do you have plans to better let the community know?
Well, I'll tell you, we're trying. We're gonna be at various Detroit high schools in that second round of public comments. How can we best reach you? Well, what do you think we can do to reach you better?
TV.
We've been on CBS, we've been on Channel 4, CBS Detroit. We've been on Channel 4, we've been on Channel 7, we've been on Horace Sheffield.
Okay.
And I talked to you yesterday, and I'll say this again on the record. There are some people where having a commission like this of citizens and having citizens' voices be heard, they don't really like that.
I know.
So when you
I
think
know.
about marketing and using our dollars in a positive way, our social media is very strong. I'm not saying that things couldn't be better, but like we've been on TV before several times. So if you have any suggestions, please let us know. If we need to go to a barbershop, beauty salon, a team worker meeting, whatever it is, we are innovative in our approach to come and talk to the community.
Really?
Just ask us. We go to Bagley Community Center. We have things. I was at Black Tech Saturday.
Okay.
Yep.
Didn't know that.
Well, and to answer your original question, this commission will decide on a map on June 27th.
Okay.
That's when it's due to the court.
Okay.
And then the court will decide on adopting it by July 26th.
27, 26. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And well said, Commissioner Kellum. Thank you for all of that. Next up is Stacy Deering.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for that very detailed explanation, Commissioner Kellen and Vice Chair. That was very insightful, especially to break down the 7 bullet points to have us understand all the criteria that you guys are working hard at. So I appreciate it. I am a lifelong Detroiter. I do work in Dearborn, and I'm also a grad student here at Wayne, so I appreciate the work you guys are doing. So the community organization that I often work with, they provide core social services and assistance to minority communities that are heavily concentrated in the 6 districts that you guys are working on right now, or the highlight districts. As a lifelong Detroiter and an ally to all minority communities, it is very important that we boost awareness of representation, disenfranchisement that has been happening, and the potential for voter dilution that will occur in the separation or cracking of communities of interest that we have in these particular jurisdictions. So the organization I work with does have a very significant presence in Southeast Detroit, including Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Warrendale, Melvindale, Lincoln Park, and Hamtramck, all on the border of Detroit, of course. Currently, the only official method of recognition we have for minority communities is pretty much through the data collection that our U.S. Census Bureau presides over and collects every 10 years. Unfortunately, there are community of interest that lack proper representation because they are incorrectly categorized or recognized as members of the white population. And so these inaccurate practices have inflicted challenges and adversities on these communities of interest. However, today I see and I feel you guys have a great opportunity to improve these unfavorable conditions as you work hard to redraw the Senate maps with these communities of interest in mind. It is vital that we keep these communities intact. This improves their voice, their power, and their right to vote is upheld as well. I also ask that you add Warrendale back into District 2 as a community of interest, and I strongly support the adaptation of Map SD COL version 21 that was drawn on April 29th. it looks sufficient to provide consideration and coverage for communities of interest that have faced a lot of disenfranchisement and marginalization. So thank you all for your time and consideration today. I appreciate you. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. It was actually number 2 on the PDFs that you guys provided, the April 29th version. It read as SD Cole version 1, I think it's 350. Number 350 on the PDFs you guys showed. Yes, sir. April 29th. Yes, ma'am. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Wallace Chambers.
Good morning. You guys probably remember me, I was there the day before yesterday. And I got a little understanding, but I still stand on my stand that, piggyback what the gentleman here said back here, we have different ideas. Different cities have different ideas, and everybody ain't the same. Okay, what works for Detroit may not work for Macomb or for Southfield. And then, like I say, when I said day before yesterday, it's like the dividing and who's in it's going to be almost like who conquers, who gets the best deal out of the deal, out of the puzzle. Like I said, the puzzle should stay the same. It shouldn't be divided, all different, because then it's like a chaos. Because like Macomb don't know Detroit, and Detroit don't know Macomb. And it's like Southfield don't know Detroit, and Detroit don't know Southfield. So it's like scattered all over the place, like I said day before yesterday. And I got a little understanding a little bit, but it seemed like all of a sudden, here goes the years go by, here all of a sudden we doing this dividing thing, separation thing. It's almost like people versus us, and we versus them and versus them. So it's like my still stand on that. It's kind of like complicated the way this situation is going. And I'm representing APRI, and I think Detroit should stay in the same, like the position should be staying. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And we have a member of the public who signed up to speak a second time, Griffin Darwin.
Again, Darwin Griffin from APRI, Detroit Downriver. I just had another question I wanted to ask. When you do the evaluation, and I think Commissioner Kellum, I was listening to what you were saying when you were going over those bulletized points. Now, is it possible, do you ever use the VAN, the Voter Action Network, to go and look at any, especially when you look at the different demographics as far as, say, like the propensity of people to vote? You know, we know there are some areas in Detroit that have a higher, I think somebody made a comment about that yesterday, saying about the voter apathy that they were, commenting about. But is that anything that's ever looked into as to the voting propensity in certain areas, certain districts? I know you mentioned about Bagley and some of the other communities of interest, in Detroit. But do they ever look at that and make a decision based on any of that from the VAN?
So we don't use VAN specifically. I'm a little familiar with VAN, but we don't use it specifically. However, we do have our own tools that are used that look at things like voting turnout and stuff like that, especially when we get to our evaluation of VRA, which comes later than where we're at now. So we do look at that. We're not looking at that quite yet.
Okay.
But eventually we will look at that, and it's one of the factors we use to help us decide which of these maps to go with.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you again.
All right, that concludes everyone who signed up for public comment. Again, please sign up if you haven't spoken yet. We'll be here until 7 p.m. We'll now return to mapping. Your break. Okay.
I would say I just cleaned up the water blocks that you wanted to be cleaned up, and the plan is safe.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. At this time, we'll take a short 10-minute break. We've been going for about an hour and a half. And yeah, 10 minutes. Sound good? All right. We'll go on break until 11:25. $11:35, sorry about that.
Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2.
All right, folks, if everyone can take their seats, we will be getting started momentarily. Okay, welcome back. We'll now resume the meeting. We do have one more individual who has signed up to speak a second time. Miss Wesley?
I just wanted to make one more comment. First, thank you to Commissioner Orton and Commissioner Villette. I am going to try and see if we can get you guys out to another meeting just to give some information to more people. And then second, Commissioner Ed suggested that I let you know which ones, after looking at the ones that I saw, 349, I'm going to try and compare to what you end up with today and see where we are. Because that one I did kind of like the way the boundaries were. 351, I did not like at all. I have to look at it again to tell you which ones I didn't, where the lines were that I didn't like. But thank you very much for letting me vent.
Thank you. Okay. We'll now return to mapping. Mr. Morgan, do we still have that map up?
The one you were working on?
Yeah.
Just a moment. Okay, this is the map with today's date, version 1, that you worked on yesterday and we completed now.
And you'd mentioned some water blocks. Was that put in?
Yeah, right around Belle Isle. When you click these in by voting precinct, it doesn't take the water block. So we go back in and add those in block by block.
All right. Can we get a partisan fairness readout on it?
Okay. Okay, so the top line numbers here for 050924 version 1 for today. The lopsided margins are 3.6 for Republican. The mean median difference is 2.6 Republican. The efficiency gap is Democrat 0.8. The seats vote ratio is 22 Democrat to 16, and that's a bias of 5.0 for the Democrats.
Okay, thank you. Looks to be in line with some of the other maps. All right, that's it for me. Thank you for the assistance, Mr. Morgan, and we will move on to the next commissioner. And next up on the mapping list is Commissioner Kellum.
All right, I think we're still working with John. So I was told Commissioner Eid finished up the map that Marcus and I were working on. So I figured today I would just revisit the why behind this map and maybe describe some of the areas or the districts.
Okay, so you just want to view the map that was worked on yesterday and not make any changes at the moment, is that correct?
That is correct. I might look at it and decide that I want to make some changes,
Sure.
but for right now.
Okay.
And Commissioner Muldoon or anyone else, they might have questions or suggestions of changes. Okay, great. That's perfect. So I said this when I first started with this map. I have all my little notes right here. But I'll say it again. This provides not only like a varied configuration for Detroit, but I think it minimalizes the areas in which it sweeps and grabs different neighborhoods and communities that we've heard from. So this first district is a east side, downriver, southwest, almost downtown district. And with this district, where is it? I don't want to miss anything. So we have, in the first district, we have Maross Meringue, Yorkshire, these are all neighborhoods and communities. Cornerstone, Chandler Park, East Village, then we have Jefferson or the Gold Coast, Jefferson Chalmers area. We have Southwest Detroit with Lincoln Park, Corktown, Midtown, Riverfront, and I believe Melvindale is included in this district, in this version. And then let's do District 8. District 8 has Schultz, University of District, Chaldean Town, Crayons Woods, Northtown, Connor Creek, Franklin, Fitzgerald Marygrove, Littlefield, North Campo, Davison, Eden Gardens, City Airport, Virginia Park, Petoskey, Ostego, LaSalle, New Center, and Midwest. It doesn't go as far as downtown or the riverfront. I think that is a possible configuration that some communities might enjoy, but I wanted to provide an option that didn't sweep so far downtown that also included the core of Detroit. So I wanted to try and keep that separate. So District 8 has the boundary, if you will, of the LaSalle New Center area. And now let's go to 6. 6 has Schoolcraft Southfield, Plymouth Hubble, Joy, Bethune, Harmony, Rosedale, Brightmoor, Westwood Park, Minnock Park, Plymouth Hubble, and Livonia. And Southfield, Bingham Farms, Evergreen, Losser, Farmington. And then 2 is Dearborn Heights, Dearborn, and Warrendale, Warren Ave community is also included in District 2. So I don't think that this map is particularly different than some other maps that we've worked on. It just keeps the neighborhoods and communities with tighter boundaries. There is some splitting of communities, but it does so minimally, in my opinion. So again, Central Detroit, not too far east, not too far west, does not sweep down into the downtown areas to better keep communities together. And then we have some adjustments to 3, 9, and 10 to account for the changes that were made in 1, 8, 2, and 6. 12 remains the same. I didn't make any changes there. And also 11 is edited slightly to accommodate for the changes that were made in the Detroit districts. I'll also say that it includes some of the commentary that we've heard from Darwin and some other Detroiters that came out today. There is some crossing 8 Mile. I personally don't believe that, you know, we did so in the Senate. You can intentionally cross 8 Mile in a way that keeps neighborhoods and communities together. I'm not saying that we did not do that in some of the other Senate maps that we're currently working on, but in this map, we have District 10 that crosses 8 Mile because there is some symbiotic or shared relationship there with that community. So like the east side, the further east side of Detroit going down 8 Mile into Warren. That's my spiel, my friends.
And this one is, and this one is Royal Oak Township in 9 or in 3?
Let's zoom in
Or
to
an 8.
9 and 3.
Chair, I would like to acknowledge for the record, Commissioner Zatella also has her hand up.
Oh,
So it's in 9.
it's in 9. Okay. Commissioner Zatello?
It looks like Royal Oak Township is in 3. Isn't it the 2374?
Maybe I looked at it incorrectly. Yep, it's in 3. You're right.
Okay. So can we zoom back out?
Yes, just a moment.
Were you going to do something, John?
Yeah, there you go.
So I have to say, I appreciate the effort on this map, but honestly, out of every map we've ever drawn for the Senate, I dislike this map the most. And I can tell you why. There's actually lots of reasons. I made a list because I looked at it last night. First of all, starting with District 1, we break off Melvindale and Allen Park from Dearborn. Both of those communities asked to be combined with Dearborn. Allen Park, because of challenges in the school district. If you recall, we had a bunch of teachers who came and spoke to us before about having significant immigrant populations in the Allen Park schools, and they feel that they have a community of interest with Dearborn because Dearborn also has the same challenges. And so they wanted to be together so that they could have a representative who is really focusing on getting those resources for students who are not English as the first language speaker. So separating them off, I think, breaks that community of interest. Melvindale, we've heard repeatedly about wanting to be with Dearborn and Dearborn Heights because of the MENA community there. So the Middle Eastern community wanted to be included there. District 1 also chops up the Latino community of interest that we had received maps for as well. So that's a concern. District 2.
Where does it chop, excuse me, sorry, where does it chop the Latino community of interest in District 1?
Just north of 1 by the boundary of 2. That actually goes higher. And then in terms of 2, Inkster is combined with Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. And I, having grown up in this area, have spoken before about how those are 2 communities that should really not be combined. Inkster has very unique issues. Inkster is the area where Black residents were allowed to live who worked for a Ford Motor Company. They were not allowed to live in Dearborn. There were deed restrictions that prevented houses from being sold to anyone other than the white race. I've lived in houses that have those deed restrictions, so I'm very well aware of them. My other concern with 2 is it cuts off the lower part of Dearborn Heights. And the reason why that's a concern, if you're not from the area, you probably aren't aware, but the Ecorse Creek runs through those neighborhoods. And I'm sure some of you probably do recall a few years ago, there was a massive flood where we had enormous amounts of rain. those are the neighborhoods that are affected there, that block of Dearborn Heights, because Ecorse Creek runs right through there. My husband's house that he grew up in actually was condemned after that flood because the flooding was so severe that houses were destroyed. It also cuts off those areas of Southfield. And then when you put that in with Taylor and downriver, you're removing that community from other neighbors that have the same issues. So Taylor is south of 94. There's a very strong physical barrier with that 94 freeway running through there. They don't have the Ecorse Creek there. They don't have those same issues. Dearborn does. Dearborn also has flooding issues related to just the infrastructure of it being a 1950s suburb. And the Southfield Freeway tends to act like its own little river, channeling water, unfortunately, into Dearborn Heights. So I think separating off those neighborhoods is just really bad for Dearborn Heights. And it also, again, separates the Middle Eastern community. If we move into District 5, we have Canton with a very strong Asian Pacific Islander population, as well as a very strong Middle Eastern population. They are now being diluted out by being put in with Huron and Sumter, which are very different populations. I believe Mr. McNamara came and spoke about that. Van Buren Township, Belleville, Sumter, Huron, yes, those all kind of go together, but pulling Canton, which is a very developed suburb, into those areas, it's really not a good fit at all. Same thing with Westland and Wayne. Those communities are dealing with very different interests, very different issues, and you're now going to have communities that just are not the same either demographically from a demographic perspective in terms of the populations of Canton, Westland, Wayne are much more diverse. And then Romulus, Huron, Sumter, they tend to have very different populations and very different concerns because they just don't have the same issues. So moving up a little bit into 6, my concern with 6 is we are once again combining the western suburbs of Detroit or western edge of Detroit with Livonia. Livonia's made whole and that's good. But I just think that there's other alternatives that we have in other maps where we don't have that combination, where you don't have the potential of Detroit's voice being drowned out by the very high voting population of Livonia. So I'm not a fan of that either. My concern with District 11, if we can kind of scroll up there, is that 11 really is pretty functionally the same of what we had before. So I'm a little concerned about whether there's going to be a VRA issue there. And then in terms of Troy and Sterling Heights, we have a couple configurations where we have Troy whole. This one actually splits up that Chaldean community of interest that we just had people speaking about yesterday, because you're taking part of Troy, putting it into 9, part goes into, I believe that's now 7, part is in Sterling Heights with District 10. So we now have the community, which is broken into 2 in many maps. It's now 3. And so I feel like that's, again, breaking apart another community of interest that was, advocated for, and that, we don't have to do that. There's other maps that include that issue too. And so I think that's it. But yeah, I had just lots of concerns about communities of interest in this map, and I understand the goal of trying to keep Detroit more together, but I think there's other maps that do it better without cutting up those other community of interests, and are just better options for us than this.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Zatella. I thank you for, taking the time to go through the map meticulously. I'm interested to see if Detroiters and other folks share those opinions, because ultimately that's who we're all drawing maps for, not for our peers, aka other commissioners. So I'm excited to see what results this map yields, especially since it's a Detroit-centric map that has focused on Detroit. A lot of the districts and issues that you've named aren't Detroit-centric, and we've, up until this point, we have drawn around Detroit and then left Detroit for last. So that might not, I am 100% sure that is not your opinion, but I am sharing my opinion about what this looks like, and it takes in consideration a lot of the things. So this is where the rubber meets the road. There are a lot of suburban COIs that include people of color. So I'm very, very excited to see what they'll say about this map. Again, thank you so much.
Okay, well, Commissioner Callum, it's still your turn.
Well, I mean, if I'm being completely transparent, I like what I see. I do have a migraine, but I'm here drinking my coffee. Um, I know that Commissioner Muldoon may have mentioned wanting to look at an area in Downriver Van Buren. I could be confused in saying that, but I'm interested in maybe sharing my turn with his if there's a tweak or a change that he's looking at with this map.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge that Commissioner Zatella's hand is up. I'm not sure if that's
I'm
just
sorry,
carried
guys.
over.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna wait right now because I was working on another one.
I'm sorry. I
I'm
put
a-
you on the spot. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good. And I kind of combining another map with this one.
Okay, okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
my friend. Okay. I want to let this simmer for a while. Commissioner Orton, my sweet friend, is voluntolding me. She said maybe we should run some partisan fairness for the map. I thought you all ran it yesterday, so pardon me. Okay, let's,
I
John,
think-
can we
Didn't we
run?
just run that just a moment ago? I believe so.
No, that was a different map.
Oh, okay.
Okay, John, let it rip.
Okay, and now you said District 12 was the same, but the same as what were you referring to on that?
I knew you were going to ask me that. It doesn't change the lakeshore from our, what map was that?
Linden.
Linden. I was actually trying to not compare it to Linden, but yeah, it's the same one that's in Linden.
Okay, that's not the case, though.
Yeah, I think that one included Mount Clemens with 12. This
Yeah,
one includes it with
there's
11.
a difference between Mount Clemens and then there's this area of Detroit is in with
So it
12.
extends. Okay, that's
So it's not exactly the same as Linden.
okay. It made a minor change. Pardon
Okay.
me for misspeaking.
No problem. I just, you said that, I wasn't sure what you were referring to being the same, and I'll run the report. Okay, so these are the top line numbers for this map that was dated yesterday's date, version 4. The lopsided margins are 3.8 for Republican. The mean median difference is 0.3 for Democrats. The efficiency gap is 0.8 for Democrats. And the seats vote ratio is 22 Democrat, 16 Republican, with the bias 5.0 for Democrats.
Everyone got those? All right. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Kellum, does that complete your turn?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, next up on the list is Commissioner Lang.
Good morning. So I have a quick question. Mr. Morgan, can you tell me how many fully completed maps we have right now?
Let me ask Kent. I think he has that number. Just a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are 15 completed maps at this time.
And that includes maps that were worked on individually by commissioners?
No, I don't know that it does. The individual maps are not included, so I believe that there are 3 individual maps. We have one by Commissioner Curry and 2 by you that were uploaded, but not counted in that 15, I believe.
Okay, and then if anybody else was doing an individual map, those wouldn't be there. So we're looking at almost 20 maps already. If my math is correct, 15, 3, so we're at 18, possibly up to 20 if anybody else submits. So what I want to do for my turn, I'm going to take a quick little break and just say thank you to our mapping people for bearing with us through this process for almost 4 years. Thank you to our ASL people. You've had to put in some long hours too, and lots of times our people that help us out don't get the recognition they need. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. Let you know you are appreciated, and I'm going to pass my turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. And well said. Next up is Commissioner Lett.
Thank you. Kent, can you bring up Juanita's map 050324 version 1?
Okay, Commissioner Lett, I will do that, so no problem. And you just want to look at it at this time, you don't want me to copy it at this time?
Right. I want to look at the townships of Van Buren.
Van Buren, Belleville.
Right, and Sumter.
Correct. Just
that area.
So in this map, Van Buren, Township of Van Buren, the Village of Belleville, and the Township of Sumter are all in District 4.
Good for us. I want to look at the map that Chairman Eid just finished. Same area. I want to see where we're at there with the same townships.
Okay, so the northern portion of Van Buren is in 5, the southern portion of Van Buren is in 4, Village of Belleville is in 4, and Sumter's in 4.
Mr. Morgan, they can't see the map.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like I disconnected from the Zoom. Just a moment. Okay, can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just repeat what I said. So the northern portion of Van Buren Township is in 5, the southern portion of Van Buren Township is in 4, along with the Village of Belleville and Sumter Township.
Okay, can you zoom out just a little bit? Yeah, that's good. What's the northern boundary of Van Buren Township?
Right here?
The blue line?
Correct.
And that's in 5, and 5 is pretty close. You know what the population is in that northern portion?
So it looks like 6, 9, 12, 15,000 approximately.
What's the population in 4?
4 is currently overpopulated by 5,000, but within the 2.5% guideline.
Okay, let's drop down, pull back. So, Sumter and Belleville, both of those are in the square defined by the blue, right?
Sumter and Belleville are in District 4, yes.
And they've got about 14,000.
Plus half of Van Buren.
Right. Let's
What's on the right edge of this district?
I guess you mean Taylor or Southgate? Wyandotte. Wyandottes in 1, yeah.
But you're trying to add those to 4, Commissioner Lett? Or you're trying to add them to 5?
I'm trying to work the 3 back together as easily as possible.
I think the easiest way to do that would be to add them to 4. That'll make 4 a little high on population, but you can work around it.
Okay, let's add the northern half of Van Buren into 4.
Okay, so I would say it's probably a good idea to, since this is a completed plan, I think I would want to save it as a new plan. Copy
Sure.
it. Okay.
Sure.
I mean, honestly, you can just keep editing it. We finished it this morning. I don't mind if Commissioner Lett wants to make changes and just save us a whole plan.
Sure, that's fine. So editing this plan, and that was today's plan, okay? Assigning this into 5 or 4, right?
Should go into 4.
Yep. Okay, so 5 is underpopulated by 15,000 and 4 is overpopulated by 21.
Where is Belleville? And it's, what is it, Van Buren, Belleville, and Sumter? So Belleville is at 4,008?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. So we got to take some out of 4. Right, Commissioner Eade, where are we going to put it?
Well, you could either go into Romulus, which is the areas below Wayne Township. You could start there, or you could possibly go the other way and add Southgate to 1 and then change 1 around. I don't know if there are strong feelings about Romulus. I know that in pretty much all of the versions that we've made so far, Taylor is whole. It's up to you. If it's really only a net of like 6,000 people, the easiest thing would probably be to take those townships, those precincts that are right below Wayne Township within Romulus and put them into 5.
Hey, let's try that.
It's right around where the airport is.
Okay, so that's 14,000 and that's 21. So let me back out of that last bit, just a second.
Hey, do those and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay, 4 is a little over, so you probably need another precinct or 2.
All right, take some more then. Let's get it down.
I would avoid going into Taylor. I feel like if
Oh,
you're,
I'm sorry, that is Taylor, you're correct.
Okay, don't do that.
Okay, so that's part of Romulus there. And now the population balances.
Okay. We're within parameters up and down the board, so that's good for me. I'll pass the rest.
so Taylor is still whole in this one, John, in District 4?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so essentially what happened was Commissioner Lett re-added Van Buren Township to District 4 and switched it out with Romulus, the part of Romulus.
That's correct, based upon the presentation by Mr. McNamara yesterday, strongly encouraging the commission to keep Van Buren, Belleville, and Sumter Townships together, which a couple of the other maps have done also. So I just trying to keep those in as best we can. Thank you.
Commissioner Andrade, I saw you raising your hand.
Yeah, I had a question for you, Commissioner Eid, about breaking Romulus, at northern part of Romulus. You're kind of skirting the DTW. So you're kind of breaking up what would you call it, an economic community of interest with the airport. Just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I do see that. Are there any other ideas on how to make that change with District 4? I'm not sure how many, since it's an airport, I'm not sure how many people like live there.
No, it's the airport, and then north of that is the parking and the hotels and everything that services the airport. I don't know if it's how important that is, just a note. And I was wondering if you could put Southgate into one and kind of do that swirl around. Because one could use a little bit of population. But on the other hand, I don't remember where Southgate wanted to go, if they wanted to be with the downriver or not.
Commissioner Zatello?
So, I honestly think this is a fair way to divide it. So the area of Romulus that's been moved into 5, is really the more developed part of Romulus. And then that little jut down is actually where most of the population around the airport is. That's kind of the city of Romulus, so to speak. And so there are certainly, restaurants, hotels, all sorts of things, but most of those are actually north of the airport, which is where this has been divided. So I think it makes sense to have those moving up into the more developed, more commercial areas such as Wayne and Westland, where there's a lot of business. And then those areas that are south of the airport, they are much more rural. And so I think those are probably a better fit the way that Commissioner Lett drew it down with, down with Huron and Brownstown and Sumter and Belleville and Van Buren. So, yeah, I think this is a kind of fair division of based on where the population is and the type of population in terms of, is it more suburban or is it more kind of rural, quasi-rural?
Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. That helps. I feel better about it.
I think these are great points to debate. So thank you, everybody, for your comments. Commissioner Lett?
I'm all set.
All right. Commissioner Zatella, is your hand still raised?
I'm sorry, I always forget.
No, you're okay. For those on Zoom, if you have your hand raised and I don't call on you, let me know. It's a little hard being in live. Please, that'd be amazing. Okay, next up is Commissioner Muldoon. Oh, actually, we have a public comment. Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Next up, we have Sarah Ismail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sarah. I live in the city of Dearborn. I work in the south end of Dearborn, and I've been a resident of Dearborn for close to 25 years. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of my community of interest, which is the Access Community of Interest. So our community of interest has shared unmet needs. We can't quantify the inequities that we face or the disparities that we face, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, environmental justice, whether it's healthcare and research. Our community of interest does have shared similarities in terms of ancestry, heritage, language, and so many different things. And I'm here to advocate for MAP SDC01 version 1, which was completed April 29th. So this map does the fairest job at keeping our community of interest together. However, the map does not include Warrendale. So the city of Warrendale is part of our community of interest, and we do have the same similarities. And I just ask that the commission keep that in mind when they consider redrawing the maps and look into putting Warrendale back into District 2. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. And I got a question for you too. It's the same one I asked yesterday. I don't know if you can answer it, but if anybody can, it'd be helpful. We've taken that configuration of Senate District 2 and put it into a few different maps, but we're having trouble fitting population-wise both Lincoln Park and Melvindale. So we might have to pick between those two. So what do you think would be the better route to go
So
there?
Melvindale or Lincoln Park?
No, not Melvindale, Warrendale.
Because you said Melvindale, that's why I was wondering.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Warrendale, or like Melvindale's in it in most of the districts we've drawn, but we might have trouble fitting both Warrendale and Lincoln Park in there. So if it comes down to between those two, it would be helpful to know which is preferred by the community.
That's understandable, and thank you for asking that question. So Warrendale does fit with the community of interest when you look at District 2. So District 2 encompasses Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Melvindale, and I think Allen Park, if I remember correctly. And so District 2 is still 4 to 800 under the target population. So I think keeping Warrendale would make it much more inclusive in terms of the makeup of District 2. So I think that and the target population would make it a possibility in terms of maybe shifting things around and keeping it there.
And I also don't know, I'm saying this to groups as I'm walking around and walking outside. I don't know if everyone knows that, but every day we make edits to the maps. So I don't know when's the last time that you or some members from your community have looked at the maps, but keep going online, which I know might be cumbersome, and interacting with the portal where you can leave comments, but also keep coming in person if you can to let
Absolutely.
us know what you see that could incorporate what you just said.
We'll definitely do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, Commissioner Muldoon, we are going to be breaking for lunch in about 6 minutes, so.
All right. I'm gonna pull up the one we were working on this morning.
Okay, so,
With you.
yeah, so what we did was we made a copy of the 351 map, which was 4/29/24 version 2. So we made a copy of that map and then you began to edit that. So you want me to bring up the edits that you worked on me this morning or
Yeah.
to recreate those edits?
No, just bring it up where we already have it.
Okay, so again, the source of this was the 351 map, which we copied, and then you made some changes to it in
Making Van Buren whole.
Yes, making Van Buren whole, and then taking part of Taylor, and then you made some adjustments in 3, 2, and 1 from the original 351 map. So let me put the township names on, and then if you want to review what changes you made from the 351, that would bring everyone up to speed, I think. Okay, so the general changes that you talked about, I think, from the map, again, all of Romulus and part of Taylor into 5, and then Van Buren, Belleville and Sumter in 4, and then Lincoln Park went into 1, I think, or it may have been in 1 already.
It was already in 1.
Okay. And then I believe you took Hamtramck and some surrounding area from the 351 version of 1 into 3, and then 3 was overpopulated, and you took Warrendale and some surrounding areas into 2. So
Correct.
that's the state of things in this map. Now, do you want me to save this?
No, anyone can edit it, that's fine.
Okay, but it has your initials on, so I don't know if
okay.
you want to save it as a new version number, since it was from a map that was collaboratively drawn, the 351 429 version 2.
Whatever is easier.
Okay. Okay, so that is the map as we discussed, and the changes that we discussed in going from the 351, the April 29th version 2 map to this map, which I've given today's date version 2.
Let's take the northeast side of 1 off, and
You were talking, you wanted to add something into 1 and then take something out of 1?
Yeah, I want to take and try and bring 3 east. And to bring 1 more downtown.
Okay. Did you want to add something into one and then take away from one, or you want to take away from one first?
No, let's take away from 1 first.
Okay, into
So-
3?
Yep.
Okay. I'll put the neighborhoods on if you like.
Okay.
Okay, so you wanted to move
Airport sub.
airport into 3, okay? Commissioner Muldoon, if you don't mind pausing there.
Okie doke.
We'll continue with your turn when we return from recess. At this time, we are scheduled for a recess from 12:30 until 1:30 p.m. I'll entertain a motion to recess.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kellum, seconded by Commissioner Lett to recess. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We will recess and be back at 1:30.
All right, folks, we'll be starting back up momentarily if everyone can take their seats.
Sorry, this is the interpreter. I need to leave and return. Just the Zoom is not recognizing my camera, so I will exit and come right back.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, welcome back, everyone. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:40 p.m. We will now resume with public comments. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public comment will now be allowed.
Chair, we need to take roll.
You know, I always do that. Department of State, if we could get a roll call, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, I will call your name in alphabetical order. When I call your name, please say present. If your physical location has changed from this morning, please indicate that as I call your name. Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Thank you. Hang on 1 second, my mouse stopped. Commissioner Kellum,
Present.
Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Vallette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss,
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, now we'll resume with public comments. We have 2 rounds of public comment today. The first lasts for 3 minutes, and if your remarks are not concluded, we welcome you to sign up to gain an additional 2 minutes, totaling in 5 minutes of commenting time. We have 1 new in-person speaker, Mr. Arthur Bryant, Mayor of Grosse Pointe Woods. You're free to approach the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today to take this information from us. I'm here because when we saw the House versions, you had picked 1 precinct out of Grosse Pointe Woods, crossing borders of Wayne County and Macomb County, and put it in the other district other than us. And I just wanted to come here and say, please don't do that again. You could do it with another thing down at the other end of our city. And I just want to express to you the problems that are caused. It isn't just the problems with people not understanding how they report to 2 different precincts in 2 different areas and how they've been split up, but it's a terrible inconvenience for the clerks, the city clerks who have to administer the elections. And for the number of votes that were involved, I just don't see how, obviously you can't make everything exactly correct. And I just think it was just a terrible thing that you did to us on that issue. And I want to express again that please don't do it to us or anyone else again. I mean, don't go into a given city and pick out one thing, cross county lines, and put it in a different area. Thank you very much.
I have a question. You
Yes.
said you can do something down at the other end. What do you,
Well,
what do you
we
mean by
have
that?
2, I meant that if you look at the map, Grosse Pointe Woods has a part of its south end that touches to Detroit. So you might, and it's a different district. So we had one at the top, we got one at the bottom. And I just am saying, the comment was made, well, the things might be changed further. Or this one today, the Senate one might be changed. And based on the Senate one, you could actually take a district precinct from us and put it in the other, I forget the number, but in the other Senate district. That's what I meant. So you could do it to us again, but on the other end of the city.
Thank you.
That was my reference. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will resume mapping. We were working with Commissioner Muldoon.
Commissioner Muldoon, this is the plan that you had been working with John Morgan on immediately prior to the break. Where do you want to start, or what do you have in mind?
I guess let's start at Lincoln Park, the south end of it.
Okay, and what are we going to do here?
Put it into 4.
All of Lincoln Park?
No, Southfield South.
Okay. is this area correct that you want to move? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, at this point, we're 25,000 high on District 4.
All right.
What's our next move?
I guess we'll take from, so to,
We need to take some out of 4.
right.
Or at some point, we need to do it, whether now or later.
I'm not sure.
Um, and
I'm just trying to make District 1 not so long.
well, if you put Taylor entirely into 5, then you get into how you're going to remove population to 5. You, you know, 2 could take some of, a little bit here and there from 5.
Or we could move, I guess instead of moving it to 4, we can move Lincoln Park into number 2, which would be
Okay,
less to move, I guess.
well, we can look at the numbers here, and this is, yeah, that's Lincoln Park, and it's 30,000. So we put 30,000 into 2, and we're, talking about needing it to remove, roughly 30,000, more or less. So now if we're going to remove area from 2, you can, move some to 3, and then 3 to, 1 can, 1 still needs a lot of people. In which case, then at that point, you could, if 3 takes part of 2, because that's 30,000 people, so 2's 30,000 over. Then 3 would have to take more of 2, in which case 1 or 10 would have to take more of 3.
All right, so, but
This is Dearborn. This is the entire city of Dearborn, Dearborn Heights. This is West Warren Avenue.
and that's
Commissioner
Warrendale above it.
Commissioner Muldoon, this is Commissioner Kellum. I don't know what you're thinking. I might be interrupting too soon.
Nope, go ahead.
But we just heard, we had a person come in and talk about how Warrendale and the Warrendale Avenue community would be, what's the phrasing that I want to use, more advantageous for District 2. So maybe if you thought about that piece and maybe editing somewhere else to kind of get rid of some population. Like if you had to choose between like not Melvindale, but what do I want to say? My mind just went blank. But I'm giving you an area that would work well with District 2.
Right, which I moved Warrendale already back into 2.
Okay, yeah, and so What was why can't I think of it? Was it Melvindale? That they were, what did we ask? It was between
Lincoln Park or.
Lincoln Park, that's it, sorry.
Which, yeah,
Is Lincoln Park in there?
yeah,
So you could possibly take that out. That's what I was
right.
maybe thinking. Okay, now I'm
I,
getting off the mic.
no, you're good.
If you do take it out, it could be put in one.
Yeah, that's where it was originally. I was just trying to bring one not so stretched across Detroit from one end of to the other. Is what I was looking at.
What, let's see, 10's is about as full as it can be. So, and 3 is about as full as it can be. Actually, 3 is over right at this time. And 12 can take some. So there would have to be a significant movement of population. Yeah, well, if you want to make significant changes, of course, there has to be significant movement.
We can take the north side of. I'll be stretching it longer. I think I'm gonna pass right now. Go ahead and move on. I'll figure something out.
What were you trying to do exactly? Just verbalize it. I might be able to.
Trying to make one not stretching from downriver all the way up to the east side.
Okay, well, so then, do you think parts of the east side should be in 10? Where would you put those parts on the east side?
Between 3 and 10.
Between 3 and 10, okay.
So the whole northeast corner.
What you could do is assign. You could assign that to 10, and then on the top part of 10, you could go between 8 and 11. And then on the other end of 1, you basically have to go all the way around, like in a big circle, around 5, 6, 3, 7, and 8.
So move the whole northeast corner to 10.
Okay, let me highlight all this. And we're looking at roughly, well, I would undo this 1667, but you're looking at 21,000 or 20,000 people rather.
Right. But it still leaves, we'd have to take off a lot more than.
And we want to put that into 10.
Correct.
And I guess I got to move that into back to 1 or 10. So 10 starts getting big and 1 is small. So do we keep going this way?
You could look at,
moving 10 into 3 and then 3 into 1.
yep,
So if we take,
but if you're gonna do this, I feel like you should just take that whole part.
yeah, the
of-
whole corner off.
Yeah, that would be, Morningside, East English Village, Cornerstone Village.
No.
Something like that, or,
Yeah, maybe go back, but don't take off the 1242, the 189.
okay. I'll move those back, right now. Those two back to 1.
Yep. So we can go to the south.
So yeah, so now 1 needs approximately 60,000, 55,000, and 10 needs to release 50+ thousand. Three is large. Do you want to bring 1 up into here, or? I know I've
Take
seen,
right there,
I've seen some of this Tireman,
Yeah.
Midwest area.
Tireman, and up to 96. Yeah, there you go. And the 708, 834, and up to the freeway.
Do we continue up the Grand
Yeah.
River?
And then stay to the east. It's all 11. There you go.
Okay, so all of
That
that,
area, yeah.
okay. This is Wayne State, Goldberg.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sal Garden, I think we'll have to
okay.
take out most of that till we get the population up.
So 1 still needs 40,000. Do we continue up this way, or?
Yeah, let's go up Dexter. There you go. So it'll be Boston, Edison. Up there until we get.
I think you could add New Center as well, those areas right north of where Wayne State are.
Oh, yeah, go over to 75.
This area here is going into 1, correct?
Correct.
Do we go should I take the Dexter, Thinkel area
Sure.
to make it whole? What are you getting there?
So if we take New Center, Gateway,
Okay, Gateway.
up through those neighborhoods.
Do we want to middle Woodward?
Yep, I think we're gonna need them. And that, go ahead, take north. That should put us pretty close, I think.
Yes. You want to just assign that? So you're within margin on the 1 and 2. 3 is well down, and 10 is well up.
So take 3 across.
3 is getting really narrow in this area, but that's Highland Park. So you want to leave it like this?
Yeah, let's leave it like that for now.
Okay.
Make
we can bring 3 into this area, you know, all the way across east to west or go northward.
Let's go north towards 8.
This area?
Yep.
Cranswoods, okay.
Keep going east.
Well, that's not right. Not even close. Let me change the colors of 3 or 10 so we can better define what we're looking at. So at this point, 3 still needs 16 and 10 still needs to give up a considerable amount.
Let's take from the Coleman Young Airport, go north.
Not that, I meant to move the cursor, not. You're talking about going
Right,
north?
right where you, back down, right where you had it selected, but go into 10. So following, yep, there you go. All the way down to the airport.
At this point, yeah, 10 needs to give up, you know, a few thousand, and 3 can still take some. And that would get your numbers pretty accurate.
So let's just take 3, yep, 11, 33, 1090.
So that'll do it. I think it will. Let's see what. So that brings, 1 is at 0.94% low, 3 is 0.62% high, 10 is 1.95% high, and 12 is 1.52% low.
All the population should be good then. No, I'll stop there. You can go ahead and.
So it's a little bit of a different configuration with District 3, but 1 doesn't quite go as far, and I think that is what you were trying to do, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Muldoon. Next up is Commissioner Orton.
Okay, I think for my turn, I want to do some overlays to compare some different districts. So let me think. So would you pull up Juanita's map? And then for an overlay, I want to see, well, first, let me look at this map for a second. Commissioner Lepp, was it Juanita's map that earlier you looked at the 3 township area?
I looked at the map that Chairman Eid finished up, and I looked at Commissioner Curry's map. Commissioner Curry's map, if you're asking about the townships, they were all in the same district.
Great.
And by the time I ended up with Commissioner Eads, they were in the same district.
Okay. So for this, could we see an overlay of, I think it's map 350? It's the MENA community keeps referencing that area for the Dearborn district.
There, here we go. So what we have is 042924 version 1 with his plan, map number 350. And I can just kind of point out, and I'll just let me better show this layer. I guess that's not what I want to do. So that you can see the differences. That's not a good way of showing them either. I'm trying to get them to show up. So the difference is this real light area would be is District 1. The purple, that's still not a good way of looking at it. I'm trying to get it so you can see it.
Yeah, that is confusing to me.
I'm not, doing such a great job at it either, am I? Okay, we'll just leave it like that. The navy blue is your overlay. The colored districts is the
Commissioner Curry's.
Commissioner Curry's plan.
Okay, I'm specifically looking at the Dearborn area, so.
It looks like they're really, up there at is that the Warrendale is right there. And the Warren Avenue is here.
Okay. And let me see, the southern part, please.
It appears that all of Dearborn is in 2.
Okay. And can I see down south a little bit? Okay. Thank you. You can take that overlay off. Now, could I see the one, so I'll still want to use the 350 overlay, I think, but I want to see it on the map that Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Muldoon were working on. I don't remember maybe I have the number. Oh.
Is this it? No, this is 50. 50724 VA.
No, and yeah, that one says incomplete. So when I went on the portal, and I could be incorrect, I think the map is 371050824 version 4.
Could you repeat that, please?
050824 version 4.
Does that appear to be correct? It has Lincoln Park split right down here.
Yes, sorry. I was looking on the screen, but they're doing the settings for Zoom. I can look on our meeting.
Grosse Point Park.
Okay, could I see the overlay on this one?
Oh, no. Let's see, this would be the overlay. I didn't save it, so let me go load it again. This was version, what version was it? You were 350? Yeah,
Yes.
that would be 042924 version 1. Okay, I have two here. Which one did we overlay the first time? Version 4 or version 1?
I don't know the answer to that.
Commissioner Zatala?
Which map are you looking for? Because I thought you just said like an 07, and those two that were popping up were 429. Am I confused?
What we have right here highlighted is 042924 version 1. And the previous one was.
What I want is
That
map
was map
350.
That's map 350 right now. We may have had the wrong one the first look.
Map
Yeah.
324 SDCOL version 1, if I'm not mistaken.
And this is it right here. So you may need to go back and look at Commissioner Curry's map underneath of this.
Okay. So again, I want to look in the Dearborn area.
Commissioner Zatala?
We were just getting a bunch of like fuzz, but when you started speaking, it stopped. So I don't know if it was very hard to hear Commissioner Orton. There was like background noise of fuzz, but then when you started talking, it turned off. So I don't know if you just turned a mouse off or a microphone off.
Can you zoom out just a little bit? Thank you. Okay, thank you. You can, apparently there's something wrong with the volume.
Do you want to go back and bring up Commissioner Curry's plan and look at the correct overlay on that?
Before we do that, you can take this overlay off if you want. But I want to check out on this map. I want to go to Van Buren Township.
I can barely hear you, Commissioner Orton. No, I'm sorry.
How's this? Is this any better?
If you're speaking, I can't hear anything.
Okay, bear with us. If we could just maybe take a 2-minute break so that we can get the sound worked out, Chair, if that's possible.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Break for a couple minutes.
Can someone on Zoom let me know if this level is good or if you need it up or down?
You sound great.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. Can we try, Commissioner Orton, can you talk into your mic and let's check your volume?
Can you hear this?
So she sounds quiet, so it seems to be an issue with her mic in particular.
Commissioner Ide or Chair Ide, can you talk into your mic?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, his is perfectly clear.
Okay, thank you.
How is this one?
Yeah, she still sounds really quiet.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. I appreciate your help with this. We're going to try and get Commissioner Orton a little bit louder, but I think we can pick up. And Mr. Stegall, if you can just talk very close to your mic as well, that would be helpful.
How is this? I have to yell apparently. Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's worse.
Yes, but you're very fuzzy.
Is this working now?
Yes, much, much better.
Yeah. Yes, the interpreter can also hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and interpreters and translators and the public for being patient with us while we work through this. Okay, let's give this another try now and pick up with the overlay you were working on, Commissioner Orton. Thank you all.
Okay, so I think I was checking if the Bellevue, Van Buren Township, and Sumter are together. And I think we said it is. Okay, great. And so then we were going to go back to Commissioner Curry's map because we didn't have the right overlay at that point, right? Okay.
So here we have, well, I guess I got the weak microphone now. Here we have Van Buren and Sumter. And this is the Dearborn area.
Okay, so oh, now I can't see. Okay, so this is including, what is that at the bottom corner, that area? Okay, so it's including that instead of Lincoln Park. Or it's not including that, and that's confusing.
Okay, and
I have to think of it.
Commissioner Curry, is that part of Taylor is in, yeah, the top half of
Okay.
Taylor is in 2. Allen Park is in 2, while Southgate and Lincoln Park are in 1.
I see.
I think that is the biggest difference.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then you can close these. Could I see Commissioner Lang's map?
She has 2 versions, V1 or V2.
Oh. Commissioner Lang, are you on? What is the difference between version 1 and version 2?
On my map,
Yes.
version 1 and version 2 are almost identical, except in version 2, District 9 is the original Linden district, as it was in Linden.
Okay. That you said that was version 2?
That was on version 2, correct.
Okay, then I would like to see version 2. I just want to check those townships. And one reason that I am just checking those townships in some of the maps is I believe that was kind of an inadvertent thing that we hadn't really noticed before, and I want to make sure we don't break them up.
Here we have Van Buren is partially in 5 and partially in 4.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, let me look at that, kind of where you are right now, District 2 as well.
Yeah. So this is the Dearborn Township boundary. This is 2, and the dark green line delineates the boundary with 6.
Okay.
Chair, I would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Lang has raised her hand.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lang.
Commissioner Orton, I also want to let you know that in the Detroit area, there was a real attempt made to keep neighborhoods whole. So while if population didn't allow for a township, in particular the Detroit area, we tried to keep the neighborhoods whole themselves with the neighborhood overlay on.
Understood, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatello?
Kent, would you mind repeating what you just said about the border?
Okay, I changed the color of District 2 so it's more visible, but right where my cursor is, that blue line is Dearborn.
Thank you.
And yes.
So, let's see, I'm wanting to put those townships together. So I realize I can make a copy and just do that, but since it's your map, Commissioner Lang, I would like to ask if you're good with that or whatever, let you express your opinion.
Well, considering there hasn't been VRA done yet, and I may possibly submit my own, if there could be a copy done just in case. I haven't made a final decision, so just in case, I would appreciate it.
Will you do that, Kent? Make a copy?
Yes. I believe this is Plan 3 for the day.
I think you're right.
Okay, this is your plan, a plan to work on.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so please put the rest of Van Buren Township together in 4.
That brings us, 15,000 swing.
And we saw this same type of thing before with someone else trying to do this. So I had an idea at the time, and now I'm
Just do the same thing we did with what Commissioner Lett was doing. So it was those top precincts in Romulus.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that, I think.
Okay.
I'll do just a different option. Let me just look for a second.
Another option would be to do something with Southgate.
But 4 has too much. So those that are more familiar with Wyandotte, could Wyandotte go with into 1 and we circle around, or would that not be a good move?
I think it belongs more with 4 than it would with Detroit. Wyandotte and Southgate both.
Okay,
Where we put all Romulus into 5.
let's try that.
And that's 25,000, so you're approximately 10,000. Well, actually, no. And let me get the right district.
So now 4 needs some. Can't really see the matrix.
And you take Southgate into
Yeah.
4, I'll bring it back up.
That's what I'm thinking. Can you choose Southgate and see how much the population is?
It's approximately 30,000 people.
Mm. Okay, okay, those that are more familiar, is there an issue with taking part of Southgate? If we just try taking the bottom half, I can't see the name of the road, but the horizontal road there, yeah.
That's approximately 16,000.
Okay,
That's 5,500.
okay, and then that bottom precinct,
That would bring you to 7,800.
okay, do that one more, the 2738.
Okay, that's 10,500.
Okay, assign that to 4.
Okay. So now we have 1 at 2.69% low and 5 is 3.7% high.
Okay, so let's look at 3.
Excuse me, which 3 did you say?
Isn't that the one? Which one's high?
Oh,
Oh,
no,
I thought it said
5
that.
is
5 is
the,
high.
it's the, at least a couple thousand high.
Okay. Zoom, yeah, back out just a little bit. Okay.
That's 10,000. $4,000. And 1,800.
Okay, let me just think a second. Can you show on the matrix what's the population of 13?
It is 2.26 low.
Okay, so can you zoom in just a little bit to the north side of 5? little too far. Zoom out just a little bit. Thank you. And yeah, scoot over just a little bit like you were. Thank you. Okay. Could you select, I don't know how to say it, in Westland, those top, no, over, there you go, just south of there. Just south of, yes, those kind of down to where the little curvy line is. And how much?
That is 12,000. It's close.
Okay, assign that and let's see.
Into 13,
Yes,
correct?
yes, please.
So at this point, 13 is 2.64% high and 5 is 1.14 low.
Okay, so of that we just assigned, those two right where your cursor was, that one and the one above it, see how much population?
Together, that's 5,000. That will definitely work.
Okay, assign that back, please.
It brings you to 2 is 0.53, 3 is 1.68%, 4 is 0.6%, 5 is 0.8.
Cynthia, Commissioner Wharton, just a comment. In my mind, I always think of like Plymouth and Northville kind of going together. I know Plymouth is too big to put into Northville here, but if you want to shave some things out of 13 and move them around between 5 and 13, then Plymouth going with Northville might be one option you might want to think about.
Okay.
Commissioner Zatella has a comment as well.
Yeah, and I would say I live in Canton, and Plymouth Canton share a school district and actually consider themselves to sort of be one community because of that. So I would not say Plymouth goes with Northville. I would say it's better fitting with Canton, which is where the school district is.
And this highlighted area is 31,000.
Okay. Well, it would be interesting to give both options and let, see what people say. But what I see as a problem right here, I don't know if it must have been this way on the original map, but yeah, 7 is out of spec. So I was kind of looking at that just to bring it into population. So 6 is a little low. What is under, there we go.
Commissioner Zatella?
What is the population of Royal Oak Township? I don't know off the top of my head. It's that little carve out on the lowest east corner below Oak Park. Those two precincts right there. I believe it's about 3,000, but I'm not sure.
It is 2,500.
So she could put that into 7 and 8 would still be balanced. And we've gotten lots of back and forth on where that goes, but I think putting
7 is over.
7 is over. Oh, okay. Sorry.
9,100 over.
So Kent, right, if you leave it just like it is, right there, it kind of went away. Scoot in just a little bit. I just saw some strange looking outlines, but it went away. So I don't know. Okay, never mind. It was by the 1880, but it resolved itself. Okay, go back over. So we need to balance, we need to take some out of 7 and we can put some in 6.
You could consider doing Oak Park.
How much population is there?
That area is 11,000. That's 3,300. That could easily go into 8.
Is people that are familiar with that area, would breaking off just that little bit be an issue in your opinion?
I kind of think it would be. You know, in the other maps we've drawn, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, they're usually together. Now, we've been deciding on, you know, where to put them. Some of them have those areas in particular crossing down into Detroit. Other areas have them staying with Oakland County. It seems like this drawing wants them to stay in Oakland County. Commissioner Zatello?
So Oak Park has a very concentrated Orthodox Jewish population. The city's really designed around that population to make it walkable. So I think splitting that would be splitting up that community of interest there.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So let's zoom out on District 7 so I can see. Okay. So what about, this would probably be for Commissioner Eid, what about up by the Orchard Lake area? Up farther, Kent. Yeah, over on that jaggedy edge. Not there, but from 7, taking out of 7. So up there by the lakes. Any opinion about not taking more out of there?
I mean, my opinion is it shouldn't be split at all,
Oh.
especially if this is being drawn for a Jewish community of interest, but that's just my opinion. It already is split in this version. So if you're going to split it more, okay, but overall, I don't think splitting it is a good idea, period.
Understood.
Chair, Commissioners Lang and Zatella have their hand raised.
Commissioner Lang?
Thanks. Actually, when we drew this, I thought that there was more taken off, that it was actually in population when it was near first drawn, and more was taken off around the lakes area. I can also say that I received an article from Executive Director Woods that was sent to him from a librarian that stated that pretty much the cities that I listed was where the Jewish population is, but they said that some from the West Bloomfield area have more or less migrated more south towards the Oak Park, Southfield area. So while there still is a population in the West Bloomfield area, according to the article, there has been some migration, so it's not as much as it was. And again, that's based off the article. I don't live there, so I don't know.
Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, I was just gonna, because I also thought that this District 7 was balanced in Commissioner Lang's original map. So I'm just curious what has changed and if we could maybe put the overlay on for original map to see if that might help with some of this analysis, because I thought it was balanced, but I could be wrong.
I thought I saw 5.88 overall deviation when we first pulled it in, but if you want to double check that, Kent. Maybe there was a precinct here or there that switched from one to another.
We can do that. We could also look on the portal and see if there's a, just a visual change.
Commissioner Lang.
Sorry, apologies, forgot to put my hand down.
While he's checking that, now might be a good time to take a public comment. We do have one more person who has signed up, Mr. Sami Mansour. Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for calling my name. I guess my name is Sami Mansour. I work in the city of Dearborn. And let me just start. This is fascinating to watch. And thank you all for your work. I know it's not easy and it's not the most rewarding of processes, but it's much appreciated. I'm here today to advocate the adoption of the map SDCOL version 1 from April 29th, and to add to that, the city of Warrendale, or at least parts of the city of Warrendale, to preserve the community of interest, which is Arab Americans and other Middle Eastern Americans. In thinking about why, right, I was sort of trying to think of why we have this commission right now and the redistricting, and it's really just to make our government most responsive to our citizens and our residents and best serve them. In this case, we have a community of interest that is not necessarily partisan in one way or another, but does have strong interests in terms of the services it needs and how it can best thrive and serve Michigan. And within that, we have common language, we have common immigration status, we have common concerns, common entrepreneurship trends, common educational needs, and the list goes on from that sense. Even though it's a very diverse community, it still has a lot of shared interests in how it can best function and best thrive, and then in turn best serve Michigan. And so right now we're really hoping that District 2 can also include parts of Warrendale to keep these communities of interest better together, especially as, and I know it's a little bit more difficult right now with the categorization of Arab Americans and other Middle Eastern Americans as white, but we do have a lot of other data that shows where these communities live, and that is changing now with the new census guidelines. And so hopefully the better and more representative districts we can draw, the less work you will have to do in the future and get called up again to keep this ongoing redrawing process. Those are really the gist of my comments. And I just wanted to thank you all again. And I know it's hard what you do. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Quick question for you.
Absolutely.
We're asking this to a few people representing the community as of late. So that district that you're talking about in map 350 has been put into a few other maps over the past week or so, mainly due to people saying they like it. That's the whole point of this, right? But what we are seeing is if it comes down to deciding to include Warrendale or Lincoln Park in the district, we need to know which would be preferable. So if you or other folks could provide information on that, it would be helpful.
Absolutely. Get back to you. And I'm not going to go with what I believe is the correct answer because I know this is on record. I do know what answer I'd want to give, but I'm going to get back. We'll get back to you on that. Yeah. So thank you for that question. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And we have a question from Commissioner Wagner.
Yes, through the chair to the gentleman standing. I'm sorry, I did not catch your name. But would your district, what you consider your COI community of interest, also include the Chaldean district as well? Because we heard from the gentleman yesterday that the Chaldean district should be separated from the Arab Americans, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, just to clarify that, What do you mean by Chaldean district?
Anthony, can you help me out? Did you hear the gentleman yesterday
Yeah, I think,
or Rebecca?
so I think the confusion is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Wagner, we're talking about two different areas. The gentleman speaking now is talking about the Dearborn Heights, Melvindale area that we've heard a lot about from organizations like Access that includes that Middle Eastern community of interest. What we heard from yesterday was about a separate Chaldean community of interest that resides mainly in the Sterling Heights and West Bloomfield areas. So they're geographically in two different places.
Rebecca, is that what you remember as well? And
Yeah,
thank
and that's what I remember as well, is yes, the
Thank you.
Chaldean is Sterling Heights, Troy area.
Very unfamiliar with Detroit, just saying. I mean, I've been in Detroit like, 10 times in my entire life, living in Michigan. But I am like, here in the middle and not anywhere near the city. So thank you so much. And thank you for addressing it and letting us know.
Thank you. I understand that confusion. Every time I come here, there's so many different highways. I keep getting my north and south and west and east confused around Detroit. So even after all this time, so I understand that. But yeah, so I guess, what I'm addressing is a different section, if what I'm understanding is correct. Any other questions for me?
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Thank you, and we'll get back to you on your question.
Please, you can, so you can either get back to us like today, we have virtual meetings, or we also have a public comment portal. You can find that on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc. On that website, you'll find a link to our public comment portal, and you can present that data on there if you'd like as well.
Once I verify my answer, I will send it right in. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stegall, were you able to verify those, if the map coincided? with what it was
Yes,
supposed to?
and what I have here is correct. But at the same time, as some others mentioned, the version they had seen maybe at a previous time, had what appeared to be the correct numbers. Unfortunately, there was an error in the processing. And what you're looking at on my screen is correct, 3.44% high for District 7. The shapes are exactly correct. The geography is correct. In the original, somewhere in the processing, the matrix table had errored. So this is correct. The district is drawn like this, and these are the correct numbers.
Okay.
Any questions?
Well, I would think Commissioner Lang might have a question since it was her map and it's not enough in spec to be considered.
Yeah, I'm still confused by that because it was in spec, so I don't know what happened or when it happened. So I guess I'm gonna have to go back and look. Yeah. Mr. Morgan, help me out here.
Okay, this is Kent again. So it's happened in the past. It was while y'all were building it or it was being built, there was errors, and it actually shows as having unassigned area in the original plan. However, there isn't any unassigned area. So there was a disconnect in how the application was building the data table. John actually pointed it out to me, and he's approaching right now if you need more details.
We saw that live and center. We saw his whole approach. Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so what I would say is, let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, yeah, this is something that comes up sometimes when we use the software, and that's one of the reasons why before we, I remember I said yesterday that we need to have a little bit of time to run those final checks. Those final checks would catch problems like this. So for example, this, I will share my screen, 1 second. Okay, so this is Commissioner Lang's plan version 2 on my machine. And my population total for District 7 shows that it's 6,280 over and it's within the specs. So Commissioner Lang, you are correct in saying that when we stopped this and we uploaded the plan, it's correct. However, when we exported the shapefile, it has a different number. And this is one of these things where there's sometimes an issue with the population or the geography. So if you select something by township versus voting precinct, sometimes it doesn't select exactly the same thing. And that's why those checks will catch that. So again, when we were working on this, it is in population alignment. So we said, okay, everything looks fine. But if I scroll down here, it shows unassigned population. So if I were to push a button right now and rebuild the plan, it's going to come up with the same population that was on Kent's machine and the same population that was uploaded. So it will be out of the population tolerance. So I just want to point out that, it was as you thought it was in population alignment, but that's because of this unassigned population. So yeah, I mean, it would not take long to fix this, but it would need to be fixed. So hopefully that provides the explanation. And again, it would require a few minutes to make that fix if we need to.
Okay.
Commissioner Lang?
I was just gonna say, I will fix the version that's not a copy, and Commissioner Orton can do whatever she feels on this one. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and thank you for explaining that.
Sure, happy to help. What might help is if you are going to split up West Bloomfield in this version, using Pontiac Trail might be a good way to do it. But let's think on that, on how to fix it, and we'll go from there. It is 2:59, and our agenda calls for a recess at 3 p.m. Commissioner Orton, we will return your turn and let you finish up then. Is there a motion to recess? There is a motion by Commissioner Kellum. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Orton. We have a motion by Commissioner Kellum, seconded by Commissioner Orton to recess. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. 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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. We will recess until 4 p.m. We're going to be starting back up shortly, folks, if everyone could take their seats. Good evening, everyone. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:07 p.m. Department of State, if we could please take a roll call.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name, and if your location has changed since the prior meeting, since this morning's meeting or this early afternoon's meeting, please share your new venue. I'll start alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Eade,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum,
Present.
Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Vallette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a full house, 13 commissioners present.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
At this time, we'll return to public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide public comment to the commission will now be allowed. We will, excuse me. We have one person in line for public comment. Former State Rep Lamar Lemons. Welcome.
Good evening. It's a privilege and honor again to be here before this august body. Let me say I appreciate and the public appreciates your work and due diligence and getting this right. I am the described expert, according to your attorney in court, as well as the judge's determination that I had 50 years of experience, which is also correct in the case. Let me say this: and when you drew the maps a few years, well, it seems like a long time ago, but this last year for the Senate, there was one map that we could have got behind and supported, and that was the Kellum map. She initially drew a map that took in, it was clear that she took into considerations of the comments and the objections of the other maps, including that which was contested. And so I would, at this point, would say, of all those of the concepts that I see, if you would bring back and consider the Kellum map as she was drawn, that was the only one that didn't have a tree name because it came at the last minute. And I think that you could give that reconsideration. Also, it had the least impact on the other districts. So she also took in consideration, the commissioner also took in consideration how it would impact the other districts surrounding. And so at this point, I would say that you should include among your consideration, the Kellum map.
Thank you, Mr. Lemons, and thank you for your service to the state. That concludes our in-person public comment for this evening. However, we will be here until 7 if anybody wants to come by and provide a public comment. As long as you are signed up by 7, we will make time to hear from you. We'll now resume mapping. We were working with Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so I'm gonna give up on what I was trying to work on. I think I'm just gonna pass at this time. Well, okay. I did see one thing. Could you bring up, it was the, let me see. Map 371.
Three 371 from the portal was 058 version 4.
Yes.
Okay. And did you want to just look at that, or are you going to make edits?
I think there was one little spot I wanted to edit, so if you'd make a copy, I guess,
Sure.
or however you're doing it. Okay, so something down by where Commissioner Muldoon was working, down by Lincoln Park.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So zoom in a little bit right there where it says Lincoln Park.
Okay, so yeah, Lincoln Park is split here.
Okay. Let me see the population. Okay, what if, zoom in a little bit more, right where that finger comes up. Yeah. What if we widen that a little bit? Zoom in so I can see the name of the roads.
So this is Southfield Highway M39, and it takes that turn north up in Allen Park.
Okay, can you move in a little bit more?
Chair, if I may, could you guys speak a little bit louder into your microphones? I believe a few commissioners are having a difficult time hearing, which means the public and all the others would as well. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, can you help me find Dix Road? Is it that large road?
Commissioner Curry?
Yeah, I know exactly where she's at. Dix Road is right up there. I'm trying to see the letters. She's in the
Yeah,
right,
I
she's
see
in
it
the right
right here.
spot, yeah.
So
Okay.
this is Dix Road right here.
Okay,
Okay, Commissioner Curry or Commissioner Muldoon too. Do you think that's okay if I scoot that over to there?
yeah, you can open it up some.
Yeah, even to the blue, this was, I forget that blue line, there it's the
Oh, okay.
voting precinct or district even.
Yeah, that's the municipality line for Lincoln Park.
Okay, will you move that following Southfield Road? Move that into,
My map disappeared.
yeah.
Okay. Cynthia?
Yes.
Yes, that's also a neighborhood. So you could keep all that together right up in there, all the way to Dix Road, Champaign. The drugstore, CVS sits there and it has quite a bit of business and the people all around there attend, go there. And you can keep all that together right up in there, up into Dix Road.
Okay, so you think that's good going into 4?
Yeah.
Will you do that, John?
Okay. So that leaves one underpopulated by 9,000.
Okay.
So that's negative 341.
Okay, can you tell me, how do I say it? The other direction. What is the road that, can you zoom in so I can see the road right by 3341 and 3461?
John, if you put the names there, that would be very helpful.
It's Southfield, guys.
I know exactly
No,
what it is. That's Dix up there.
I mean the coming off of Southfield, that road,
North-south or east-west?
north-south, I guess. It's kind of.
It's kind of at an angle, I know.
No. So zoom in just a little bit more, John, so I can see now it's under the matrix.
Point of personal privilege.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes, can I ask that the commissioners that are present and talking, I have my computer up to 100 and it may be my computer, I'm not sure, but I'm having a hard time hearing. So if you could just speak up a little bit louder, I'd really appreciate it.
Can you hear me, Commissioner Lang?
I can hear you. You're not super loud, but I can hear you. I'm having a hard time hearing Commissioner Orton. I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Morgan too when he speaks.
Okay, I'm almost eating the microphone, but I'll talk
That's
as
better.
much as I can.
Okay, scoot in just a little bit more, John, so I can read that name.
Chair Commissioner Zatella also has her hand raised.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what Cynthia is trying to accomplish. What is the goal of what she's trying to do? I'm not sure I'm following.
I'm trying to widen that area so that it wasn't just a little finger sticking up.
Okay.
And keeping the neighborhood together that I have heard should be together. But I'm trying to figure out I think that's Wilson Road.
Wilson,
Yes.
okay. Let's see where. This here is
Yes,
Wilson Ave. Okay.
that's what I was trying to see.
Yeah,
Okay.
Wilson Ave, it looks like.
Okay, that's fine. Can you zoom out a little bit? Okay. Commissioner Curry or?
Yes, I would take 34, what is that, 3401 and 1162, if you could put them in there without it being overpopulated.
So we need to put some more in one.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. She's already under population in 1, and if she continues to take from 4, it's just making the situation worse.
Oh, I thought she was doing 4. She's not doing 4. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Let me see. I just think that I can't hardly read this, but what is that? Park Avenue? And
Yeah, Park Avenue is right here. That's Park Avenue.
okay, and there was another one. What's this one? Is that Garfield?
This looks like Applewood.
To me, all of that with should kind of be with 4, or either 4 should be kind of with 1 or something, because that's a kind of nice area, kind of big area where they're not really split right there.
You could do Fort Street over, so that 3341 into 1.
Okay, try that. The 3341 into.
So you want to put this back into 1? You just took it out of 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Does it have to come down that far?
Can we make a copy before? I don't know if we already did.
This is.
Oh, okay. I just looked at the top and it said the exact same version, so I was making sure.
No, this is today's date version 4. It just so happens that it was 4 yesterday and it's 4,
Oh,
4
okay,
today.
okay. Sorry, my apologies.
Well,
Marcus, Commissioner Marcus, what is that road right there? Because you're right in Lincoln Park. What is that?
Which one?
Between
At
36, 20?
Fort Street
Is that
is
4th Street right
85.
there?
Yeah, and then that's the one it's cut off at.
Okay, I can't hardly
On
read
the
the letters.
Emmons is where the purple one ends, coming south.
Okay, so you're on the right-hand side of 4th Street, and
Correct,
Champagne
east
is
side.
on the left-hand side of 4th Street. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
so is that okay to come down that far? Or do you think we should split that precinct?
I probably wouldn't. If I split, what do you think, Marcus? If she split it, she should stop what is this, what at the end of that, and take it all the way across, maybe kind of even it up?
Mayflower.
Is that Mayflower? I can't read, my eyes are
You got
getting.
London cuts across and Mayflower cuts across by the park.
Hey,
So
what's under 1613?
this is London here, and this is Commons down here.
Okay, if she can put that all together bring that down to Commons. Square it up some. Is it too much, or is it overpopulated or underpopulated, John?
1 can take a little more. So if you want to put that into 1, you could easily do that.
I think that would be good. Yeah, in 1. Don't you, Marcus?
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And
And
if
this
you
is the
need a little
boundary.
bit more, you could kind of take it on across um near 2476 if you could take it. I don't know how much population short she is.
I think it's good right now,
Okay.
population wise.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, and if somebody else wants to mess with it, they can.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. We'll return to public comment. We do have one more person who signed up for our. Do we have one more person who signed up? No, you're just sitting here. I recommend you sign up and sit and for public comment. We'll be here till 7 if you'd like to say anything. Anything helps. Gotcha. We do have some maps in the back too, if you'd like to take a look, and we have a vendor there, Brian, if you could raise your hand, who can also help you look at some of the maps that we've created so far, if that helps. All right, we'll move on to the next commissioner to map, and that is Commissioner Zatella.
Thank you. You can go ahead and save and close that.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to the one I was working on yesterday, which is 050824 version 2. It's right down at the bottom there. Yep.
And you want to make a copy of that?
Yeah, let's change it to today's date. So I think that's 050924 version 5. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. Does this look like what you're expecting to see?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you have the shapefile I sent you earlier today?
I do. Yes.
Could you bring it in
As an overlay.
as an overlay? Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I'm on mute. The first thing we're going to do is start working in that unassigned area just south of 6.
Okay.
And we're going to assign that into 5. You can stop there. Yep. All right. That one little wiggly line at the top precinct, we're going to put that into 5 as well.
Okay.
All right. The remaining precincts there, the remaining 3, we can put into 6. All right. All right. So then we're going to go down south of 5. And we're going to re-heal. Yep. Van Buren Township and Romulus back with 4. Oopsie. All right, so we're gonna take that, yep, one little precinct there and put it into 2.
Commissioner Zatala, can you tell me what this overlay represents?
So this was a map I was working on yesterday. And this is just the adjustments that, if you recall, I couldn't finish it because I was actually at an event. And so this is just an easier way for me to direct John to finish this map, because then he can see, rather than me trying to pull out like this precinct here, he can actually visually see what I adjusted.
I see. Perfect. Thank you.
And the reason for that last change was just to remake those communities whole, that it has to be put back together. So, all right. So we're gonna go over to the line of 1, and we need to adjust that line a little bit because right now Dexter Linwood is split in half. And then we're gonna need a little additional population. So if you can just zoom in and readjust the line following the blue line,
Between which districts?
8 and 1.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing on the border between 1 and 3 on the east side there. Same process, just assign those purple districts that are on the east side of the blue line into 3.
Do you want to attend to these water blocks while we're here?
Let's do them at the end because they always take forever.
Okay, no problem.
So let's scroll up a little bit. Look, I think we have a little bit missing. Yep, in 3 that needs to be fixed too. So that border between 8 and 3, that corner there, we're gonna put into 3. And then at the top of 3, between 3 and 10, we're gonna take that precinct and put it into, back into Warren. One more adjustment between 7 and 8. There's that little divot of 7 that needs to be assigned to 8. And that should sort of clean that area up. Okay. All right. So I would like you to start filling in that Lake Shore area, St. Clair Shores, Grosse Pointe. That should all be in 12. All right, and so if you could start filling in the portion of 12 that's inside what will be 11, if you could start turning that over to 11. So that open area is all gonna be 11. And that currently area of 12 is gonna be reassigned.
including this portion here?
Yes, that's gonna go in 11. There are some very oddly shaped precincts along there.
Okay.
So you can do Fraser and that surrounding area can all go into 11.
Okay, continue into Sterling Heights.
Yep, continue into Sterling Heights. We're gonna put most of Sterling Heights into that district. Except what we can't because of population. Utica as well is gonna go in there as well. All right, so that unassigned area at the bottom of 11 is gonna go into 10.
Okay, so 11 is on population at 2.42. 12 is over at 3.5.
Okay.
And then we're making, this goes into 10, you said?
Yep. All right, so we're gonna go to the upper left portion of 12. And there's some precincts over there that I want to put into, I believe it is 23. So those few little precincts that are Harson's Island and those little areas there, we're gonna put that into 23. No, 25, sorry. All right. All
Okay.
right. Yep. So we're gonna take that little bit north of 11. That's currently 9. We're gonna put into 24, that one little precinct there. And then there's a few precincts north of 9 as well, or in the northern part of 9, we're also gonna put into 24. And that one little area of Rochester. All right, and we're just kind of circling around to pick up the population. So 9 at the bottom, we need to take that part that's currently in 10 and put that in. Also grab those areas of Auburn Hills that are currently in 7, put those into 9.
And West Bloomfield? Or
Nope,
think
there
it
shouldn't be, anything.
not West Bloomfield, here, is that
Yeah,
Auburn Hills?
that's Auburn Hills.
No, this, okay, there
Yep,
looks like
just,
there's a township boundary here.
yeah, that looks right. Okay, so the rest of Auburn Hills and Lake Angeles, and then kind of the Bald Mountain Reservation area, you're gonna put into 23.
So this is getting into a geography issue sometimes because you have a township and a precinct that might not align. So
Okay.
we just have to take a moment and see if we can deal with this.
Okay. All right, so if you could look north, there's 2 blocks we need to kind of, or 2 townships we're gonna move from one to the other, so. That's moving into 24. And then north of Pontiac is moving into 23. All right, and so we have a little bit of 13 that's currently needs to be moved into 23. If you want to zoom in a bit. Yep, so that one precinct there needs to be moved into 23. And then Walled Lake, Wixom, South Lyon are all going to be put in with 13. Yeah, Walled Lake is split. So it looks like I have a variation at 24 and 25. Can we kind of look at that boundary to see maybe what I missed? Yeah, that one precinct. So can we move that? Actually, it's 2 precincts. All right, that's where I was expecting it to land. So can you kind of go back down to Metro Detroit area so we can take a look at it? We still got some unassigned.
Well, just a second, on the unassigned, this could be a geography issue, so, like we've had these problems before, so if we don't find unassigned area, if we run the check and we don't find unassigned area, then it's a geography issue. And if that's the case, what we'll do is we'll save this shape file and re-import it, and it will resolve that.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and run the checks?
Sure, we might get the water blocks if we didn't adjust those.
Oh, yeah, if you could go ahead and adjust those, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay, so again, it's showing unassigned population, but I'm thinking this is probably a geography error, so we'll run the checks, and if it comes back with no unassigned areas, then it's the geography issue. So no discontiguity errors. And it says no unassigned areas, but again, you see it's showing in the matrix unassigned.
Can you rebuild the plan? Let's see if
That
that'll-
might, yeah, it might or might not work. The sure fix is to export it as a shapefile.
Okay.
But I will save this first and then do the shapefile.
Commissioner Zatella, just a question to know where we're at. This is based off the one you were working on the other day where you were trying to keep 7 and 9 and 13 the same? But
Mostly the same.
Mostly,
So
right.
I'm about to go through what I did. I just want to get this sorted out first.
Okay, cool. While he's doing that, we do have one more public commenter. Gary Moorhead. And I see you've signed up to have your second comment as well, preemptively. That'll give you 5 minutes, my friend.
Well, we'll see if we, I don't want to interrupt Commissioner Zatello's work, but as long as John is busy. Well, good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for all being here. I have literally watched every single minute of every single broadcast that you've had since, I may have missed a few at the beginning, but since May of 2020. So I do feel like kind of like I know you. You may feel like I've been lurking in the background. I'm one of those like 15 or 16 people who just keep tuning in for some reason. But I really love redistricting. Sorry, I gotta say I do miss our three former commissioners. Was especially sorry to hear about Doug Clark. But we've got three great new commissioners, two of which are here today, and I'm really, really glad to see that. Yeah, woo, I agree. You guys are America's, I'd say you're America's foremost, but in fact you're America's only randomly chosen body of citizens doing anything that has in an official capacity anywhere in the country, and in fact in the world. It's really unusual for a randomly chosen group of citizens to have the legislative powers that you guys have. So please keep setting a good example of comedy and, no, not comedy, comity, as you are. Okay, substantive things. There's a 4-district approach to Detroit and Dearborn, and there's a 3-district approach. A lot of the maps seem to have been stuck on a 3-district approach. A 4-district approach is really works well. What is going on currently in V4 here is fairly close. What Commissioner Curry did in her block, not commenting on the inside of the block, just the outline of those 4 districts, I think is the way to go. My point about where if you have to draw a district that straddles the lines, it would be fairest to Detroit, I think, Detroiters, to have most of the district in Detroit and small portions, whether that's in East Point or Warren or Redford or Royal Oak Township or Southfield, Ferndale, although Ferndale's a small enough city that if you take any bit of it, you probably take the whole thing. So that's probably not a good example. And then the downriver communities. And then you've got that cluster around Dearborn, which is a much talked about COI. So if you take those 4 and you work within that, but you keep the boundaries the same or pretty constant, you can actually easily, as long as you don't violate those boundaries, you can exchange populations within that area, and it works really well. Okay, that's my opinion of how to do Detroit. What do you do about the next suburbs out? Well, we've the metro area was settled in kind of concentric donut fashion, and the former approach was to use spokes, or bacon strips or smokestacks, or there were all sorts of terms for it, but essentially it was proceeding. Once you got the city basically down, you would proceed out in the that was a great VRA approach. The court says nope, we're into equal protection. And okay, so now we're doing an equal protection draw. Well, instead of a bicycle tire, with spokes, it's the rims. So okay, so now you get this block in Detroit. If you just take the next layer of essentially, I'll call them townships, not because that's how Audubon Edge calls it, but the geographic townships, range 5 east to however they're designated in surveys. Like Southfield originally started out as a township, 6 by 6, or is it 36 square miles. That cluster in southeast Oakland, where I've lived, I don't live there now, but I grew up and lived there for many years. That was a 6 by 6 township. Warren was a 6 by 6 township. So if you just take that layer of 6 by 6 townships and go all the way around, you'll find that there's population for another 4 districts. Is that my 3 minutes, or is that my 5? I hope it's okay. Do you mind if I keep going for 2 more? Then I have to go to the exciting reception that's happening in the building here. And then I'm supposed to hear a lecture by Commissioner E.
Chair, that was 5 minutes, as you had indicated before he started speaking. But
okay,
if you
just
have
go
questions,
around
obviously.
in that layer, and then you can do a layer of 1 or 2 townships deep that goes around outside. And I would love to know what the partisan fairness of my calculation is on that, because I can't do it myself at home. Thank you.
Got a couple questions for you, Mr. Moorhead. Commissioner
I'm
Cullen?
going to be over my 5 minutes, but okay.
No, you're good now.
You can, because
got
we're asking
questions. Yeah.
I would love for you to take a look at some of the maps that we've created today. I know you mentioned Commissioner Curry's map, and I encourage you and anyone else. I think we're an agreeable enough group that if there's a particular map that you want to look at now, just because I'm a visual person, so I can get a sense of what you're describing, that would be very helpful for me.
Oh, sure.
If you know the map number.
Well, we could look at 350, because it's such a often quoted map if
It
you
is.
want, or we could look at the one, the V4 that's probably currently up. That would be
Okay.
close enough.
Okay.
The current V4 does a lot to, it follows Commissioner Curry's boundary more or less on the west side. So that Dearborn chunk and going up to 8 Mile and Inkster is basically where that kind of goes in her list. I don't know the number for Commissioner Curry's. You can look it up. Can you pop it up on the screen? That's
Hers is 366. 366.
Oh, so it's been posted.
Yeah.
Is that okay? I have been having a hard time finding it.
No, that's a part of the reason why I said it. We have like 18 maps on our mapping portal.
Oh, I have them all open at home on my laptop. But anyway, with the exception that you have to cover the St. Clair Shores area and figure out, what what do you do with the Grosse Pointes? Does it connect all the way up to St. Clair, or does it curve inland, like head towards Fraser? Those are kind of the two choices. Otherwise, that block is you can just kind of do a bicycle tire around it. Commissioner Kellum, was there something else I should be answering for you?
No, I think you did answer. I'm looking at Commissioner Curry's map now, so I can kind of see it. When you say block, you mean the block that she created for Detroit, which is District 3. It's just like
No, I mean districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure if she used those numbers, but that's the way I number them at home.
Okay. All right.
And if you can go in a clockwise manner, you'll just be very organized for dumb people like me. But that's a later thing. And I just referenced the council president from Warren who came the other day, Tuesday, and was saying that, how to put this, easty-westy was better than northy-southy. Does that make sense? And I tend to agree that on the north side, easty-westy, and preferably not piercing the county boundary, but you can. It's not as bad as Mayor Fouts made it out to be, because if you're running for state senate and you can't drive to Lansing, I don't know how you're going to survive in that job. So I thought Anthony Scanelli's idea of the district, the satellite office the Secretary of State has in the Cadillac place could easily handle that paperwork. But anyway, if you can go easty-westy on the north side of the town and northy-southy on the west side of town, northy-southy, you would be putting, say, Livonia potentially with, say, Westland or with Farmington, and moving down. And then once you get that, you can have another layer outside of it. And I would love to see, I don't know if the partisan fairness works with this, but I'll just say from a community of interest demographic standpoint, since those communities are all older than the ones further out, they tend to hang together in some fashion. So sorry to take up so much time, but thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
I have a question for you too.
If you're not careful, I'll be on the commission soon.
Have you tried doing this at home?
Yeah, it works.
Have you submitted it?
I knew you were going to ask that. No, I haven't, but it's you can tell me how well does I've heard that things done in Dave's redistricting don't necessarily import real well.
They don't import real well, but
you can
we're able to do it if given some time.
Yeah.
So
well, there's one at home that's pretty well made up. Now you're going to make. Fortunately, you're not in session until what, next Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Oh, I've got time. Thank you.
Thanks.
And shame on you for asking me to do work.
You want to switch spots? You can talk about that. I hope you apply for this commission and for the next time around. They'd be welcome to have you. Wonderful. Thank you for your comments. We do appreciate it and look forward to seeing that map. Okay, Mr. Morgan, were we able to figure out that were you able to rebuild the plan or export it?
Yes, I just wanted to show this kind of in the spirit of show your work. So Commissioner Zatella, what we have here is I exported the shapefile of this plan. And so what I propose to do is to overwrite this plan with that shapefile, and it should correct the geographic issues that we see here. So the shapefile exists, so we could even use that shapefile as a brand new plan. So all of our work is saved.
Okay.
Okay, so here you see that there's now, it's not showing unassigned population. And so now I'll just save this again.
All right.
All right, so that's the plan, it's saved.
And I noticed the deviation hasn't changed either, so that's good.
Yeah, one of them's out of the general alignment, it's 263 and 13.
Yeah. And I'm actually okay leaving those a tad high because otherwise I'm having to split up things I don't want to split up. So, okay, so can we take off the overlay of the shapefile? And do you have that community of interest map that I had sent to you before?
I believe so. Okay, give me a second to locate that.
Okay.
So when we brought this forward, there were no names on these, but you can identify them as you like.
All right. I'm sorry, John. What did you just say?
I brought these in, but there was no label name associated with the polygons, the shapes. So you can identify those as you like, but I don't have a way to name them on the map.
Yeah, that's fine. So, this is a map I used for the house map as well. And so if we look at, if you could just zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see all of Detroit for a second, maybe not that far, but so what I tried to do is exactly what Mr. Moorhead is talking about, is creating districts that are primarily in Detroit. To the extent they're venturing outside of Detroit, Detroit is predominating. And you know, there are other areas where it sometimes ventures outside, but it's a more urban-based district instead of a more suburban-based district. So I did 3 of those. In District 1, that big, large line is the Latino community of interest that was submitted to us by Oscar. That's on the portal. I've referenced it before. That smaller kind of square shaped one, that's Dexter Linwood, that was also submitted to us before. So again, I'm building the districts around the existing community of interest that we had submitted to us, and then trying to maintain and keep them mostly within Detroit. So if we look at District 3, that large circled area, that is Hamtramck and the Bangladeshi community of interest that was submitted to us. The smaller black square one is that's the East English Village, Morningside communities that ASBE put together. If you look into 8, you have Rosedale Garden off on the kind of west side there, and then you have Ferndale Palmer Park put together as well. If you look up into 7, that is the Orthodox Jewish community that submitted a community of interest map to us as well. And then if you look over at District 5, that's the Native American community of interest population. I could not fully get that into a district, so it's not complete, but that's most of it. So if you could turn that off, and then I'm going to continue to talk about this map a little bit more. So my intention with this map is, you know, we started out with our early maps going back to 424, keeping District 7 mostly intact. And then we started moving away from that and changing 7 and 9. And so I wanted to kind of go back to the beginning and put because what tends to happen with this commission is we tend to just have maps and then make small changes and small changes and small changes, but they're for the most part the same map. So I wanted to give an alternative. I wanted to break up Detroit a little differently. I also wanted to keep District 7 and District 9 with some modifications. By doing that, I was able to put Farmington, Farmington Hills, and Livonia in whole districts with Redford and a few other places. Put Pontiac connected with Southfield. I did make some changes to 26, 20, or I'm sorry, 23, 24, and 25 to accommodate moving around. And then for District 11, I put Sterling Heights, most of it in with Fraser and over to all the way over to Mount Clemens. Mostly kept that Lakeshore District 12 that people had asked us to keep. Doesn't go all the way around, doesn't grab Parsons Island, but there's honestly not a ton of population there anyway. So I think that's a mostly complete Lakeshore District. And then if we look at District 2, District 2 is, again, following that same configuration that the Middle Eastern community has said they preferred. You have Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, part of Allen Park, and then those precincts that are right along the Warren Avenue border that have a very, very heavy Middle Eastern population. So putting all of those together, if you look down at District 4 near south of Canton, we have Canton and Plymouth together, along with portions of Westland, Inkster, Garden City, and Wayne. And then we have Van Buren Township, Belleville, and Sumter back together again. So we're not splitting those up anymore. And then overall, again, this is just another option to provide something a little different than what we kind of currently have been producing. And John, if you can run the partisan fairness under the new model, I know what it's scoring under the old model, and it's scoring very well, but I'm curious to see what it's going to score under the new model.
Okay.
So when I run it under the old database, I'm getting a lopsided margin of 3.9, a mean median of 2.4, an efficiency gap of 0.8, and a seats vote of 21/17 with a 2.9 Democratic lean.
So Commissioner Zatella, what was the original map that this was based off of?
04, 24, 24 version 4.
Oh, 04, 04, 24 version 4.
Yes.
Okay, so the the partisan fairness numbers on the lopsided margins is Republican 5.2. The mean median is Republican 1.5. The efficiency gap is Republican 2.3. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17 with a proportionality of 2.4 to Democrats.
All right, so it still performs very well, which I thought it would. Thank you. All right, if nobody has any changes about this map, I have a few more map changes I want to make to a different map.
I'll just say I do like a lot of what I'm seeing here. The only thing I don't know if question's the right word, but I don't know about splitting Hamtramck from Highland Park, but that's, we're gonna have to make choices somewhere, right? But that's something that sticks out to me. But I do like a lot of what's here.
Okay, so I think then we can go ahead and close this. This is again 0509 version 5. Is that right? I just want to make sure I'm
Yes, that's right.
okay. Version 5. Okay. So if we can find 050824 version 3 and make a copy of that, I would appreciate it.
And can you give me the genesis for that map that we're starting from? I'm having a hard time keeping up, and with 18 maps out here, I'm having a hard time keeping up with the how we're getting from one map to the next.
So this is generally just a collaborative map. I believe Commissioner Eid is the last one who touched it. Commissioner Eid, can you confirm that?
I need to get the number again, please, Commissioner Zatala.
Sure.
0508.
Version 3.
Version 3. Okay, just a second.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Commissioner Zatella just asked who the last individual to work on this was, and my notes indicate that Commissioner Weiss was the last one to work on this version.
Thank you.
So I'm making a copy, naming it version 6 with today's date.
Okay. Okay, so if you could put the community of interest overlay on this map. Okay, and so what I want to make adjustments on is that line in 3, where the Bangladeshi community is split off, and then we're also going to adjust between District 1 and 8, that diagonal line, that's part of the Rosedale Park, Minnock, and Grandmont community of interest. So I want to reunite that as well. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for. So if you could take those precincts that are currently in 3, that are within that boundary line for the Bangladeshi community of interest. Okay, and then if we could do the same thing for Rosedale, except we're going to put that into 1. That portion that's in 8 is going to go into 1. And there is that precinct poking up, but I don't want to change that. I don't want to split a precinct. All right, so how are we population wise right now?
3 is under.
So 3 is under, so we're going to take a little bit from, I believe 8 has enough to give. Actually, what is 8 at? I'm looking at it. They're
Yeah,
under.
eight's down as well.
Okay.
So you'd be looking at 1 or 10 or 11, or even 7.
So let's grab from, so we need about 2,000 to go into 8. And then we need about, sorry, it's really small. Also 2,000, so that's going to be 4. So that'll be fine. All right, so we're going to take from 1. So let's go into the diagonal line between 8 and 1. And those precincts that are kind of poking up, we're going to take from 1 and put into 8 until we're able to resolve the, and if you want to put on the neighborhood map for that, you can.
Okay, so you're looking at taking away from 1 into 8?
Yes.
In what
So
area?
all the way to the left side of, yeah. You can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there was some neighbor, yeah, sticking up. That's Rosedale though. Don't move that. Go farther down by Happy Homes. Grand River, something, Grand River, yeah, right along there. So let's start with those precincts right there. And that should be enough. So if we go ahead and move that. Still a little high, so let's grab one more. Okay, so that looks good. So let's go to the border between 3 and 1, and we're going to kind of do the same thing, just adjust to get that population within deviation. And I would start up, let's go to the Greek town. A little farther south, yeah. Go ahead and put that in. Okay, all right, so we could do blocks, but I'm just kind of inclined to, well, let's see how much is in those blocks for Brush Park. It's not going to be enough. Hmm. Okay, all right, we're good. All right, so then the last thing I need to do is I want to go over to Northville area and Canton area, and we're going to make 2 changes there. So you can put back, yeah, you got the COI on. So this block here is Native American population. So I want to try to keep them together as much as possible. So we're going to grab those 2 precincts that are on the western northwest corner that are currently in Canton, put them up into 6. Okay, and then we're gonna grab this squiggly line precinct, which is Edward Hines there and Rouge.
You want that into 6?
I want it into 5.
Okay.
So put that into 5 and the precinct below it into the east of it, I want to go into 5 as well. Okay. And then let's leave that for right now because I want to move Northville into 6 and I want to make sure we're not going to go over on population. So you see that area 13, which is Northville, it crosses 8 miles. So I need you to grab both portions. All right, so 6 is good. And 5 is okay as well. So let's try to take one more precinct and see if we can accommodate that. All right. And then let's do one more, the one to the east, yep. All right, so that's 0.22 and -1. Okay, let's do those last 2 precincts and see where they land us. It's probably gonna be too much. All right, let's undo that and we'll just leave what we had. All right, and then we need to go up to 13 and add a little more population. Okay. So just north of that lake there, Wild Lake, I believe that is, those 2 precincts right there, we're gonna take and move into 13. Yep, right there.
Is it 2 precincts or 1 precinct? I know on all the other ones that we've made that same change on, I think it was only the 1.
Well, let's just start with the 1. I feel like it's a pretty big precinct.
It is.
So that's 3,500. What's 20, is that 23? What's 23 at? I just want to see how much population we can take from it. Okay, so we can take both. I thought it was both. I thought it was that 3169 and the one above it.
Oh, no, I thought you were trying to go higher.
No. Yeah, I thought
That's
there
the
was.
same thing we've done in the other ones.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So if you could save, and then we can run the partisan fairness. But just to give background for the record, what I was trying to do here is take a map that I think is pretty good. This does split Van Buren Township. I didn't mess with that. I just left it. But I was mostly trying to focus on those communities of interest that we had received many comments about before, trying to reunite them just by making small line changes to the map to make sure they're put back together. It doesn't really change the districts too much, but I think it's important for those communities. So yeah, if you can run the partisan fairness, we'll see what it does. I thought it was pretty good before, so.
Commissioner Weiss?
If I'm not mistaken, John, could you go up to District 3 on your active matrix? I thought we were a little under 2.58.
That's what it says, yes.
Don't we have to change that?
Well, the overall plan deviation is 4.92 because we have one that's over less than 2.5. So overall, it balances out to be less than 5%, which was always our traditional goal.
Okay, fine.
I'm wondering if while we're here, while we're working on this one, before you run the partisan fairness analysis, do we want to make those changes to Van Buren and just do the same thing we did with Romulus earlier in the day?
So what was the change? Putting Romulus up into Canton?
No, I think so you put Van Buren into 4, and then for 5, we put that, you spoke on it earlier, you put that northern part of Romulus into 5 to make up for that population shift.
Right, right. Okay, let's go ahead and try that.
I think you did one too many.
Yeah, there's a different configuration in 4 than in some other maps.
Yeah.
So you want to take away one of these, like this one?
You could just take off a little bit more of that area, and it'd be doing the same thing.
Well, I honestly think it probably makes more sense to keep those together. If we're trying to bring down the deviation, maybe go back to 3, because if we make a small adjustment in 3, we don't have to take that off. And then that would bring the total deviation back down. Unless someone thinks we shouldn't do something in 3, because 3 is currently under. So we could take a little bit from 8, or a little bit, actually 8 is too low, so we don't want to touch 8. Take a little bit from 1, just even one more precinct would probably put that deviation lower.
Let's give it a shot.
So the question is, what precinct do you want to move?
How about that precinct in between Wayne State and the Cultural Center? Those blocks over there. Right.
You're looking to add into 3?
Right, we're looking to add into 3. Are you talking about the ones by Medbury Park? I'm just not sure what you're referencing.
Right there, John.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff on screen right now. And yeah, you might as well do the rest of
So that would
Mulberry
go,
Park.
that would be going into 8, not 3.
How's 8 look? 8 is also under.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
the
it's not
outer
gonna
edge
work.
that we're trying to affect.
So you're saying not, I'm sorry, I'm confused. You could put it into 3 because 3 is right there. It's just gonna create a little jut out. Versus maybe. I mean, it's definitely gonna create like a little finger. How many people are in there total? I can't see because of the active matrix.
It's only 226.
But I'm pretty sure negative 6,600 is our cut point for 2.5. So I think that's going to get us there. It's just, would you rather do that or would you rather do the area right next to the medical center, but east of Woodward, which again would be pulling off some blocks, but we wouldn't get that strange configuration? That was a question for you, Anthony.
And you would be following Woodward in that case.
Right.
Right. Let's try that one where we follow Woodward. Okay, that seemed to work.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just a hair high, but I think that's fine. All right, so can we now take a look at the partisan fairness? You can take that COI map off as well if you'd like. Just makes it easier for people to see.
Sorry, Commissioner Stella. This is Bethany, the interpreter. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I'll speak up, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so the lopsided margins are 4.0 for Republican. The mean median is 2.7 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 0.8 for Democrat. And the seats vote is 22 Democrat, 16 Republican, with a 5-point proportionality bias to Democrats.
All right, that concludes my turn.
Thank you, Commissioner Stella. Can you just zoom out on this one before you close it real quick?
Okay, just a second. That may not be happening. Hang on.
That's okay. Don't even worry about it. I can look at it later. We've been going for about an hour and a half, folks. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll get back to mapping. All right, everyone, we're gonna start back up momentarily if everyone can take their seats. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, the commission will be here until 7 p.m. today. I encourage anybody in the crowd who has not yet signed up for public comment and who would like to speak and let us know about their communities to do so. We do have one more public commenter today, Alexander. I do not know how to say this last name, but is there an Alexander here? Come on in. You might be.
You can hear me? All right, cool. So I wanted to talk about, actually, I'm not prepared. I'm sorry.
You can wait a little bit if
Yeah,
you'd
can I
like.
wait a little bit?
Yeah, sure. We'll call you back up. Yep, no problem. Okay, well, we will continue mapping. We have next on the list is Commissioner Villette.
Okay, I wanted to start a new collaborative map. So John, is it John? John, will you pull up the Linden map with the districts removed that we were court ordered to redo?
Okay, just a second. Okay, so I named this today's date version 7, and it should be what you want. Let's open this.
Okay, so now I want the overlay of 050824, volume 4, or 371.
While he's getting that up, I do see some folks in the back looking at some maps. That one that you're looking at right now is the one that the Michigan legislature drew in the 2010 mapping cycle. The one on the right is the one that this redistricting commission drew in 2021. And the one that we are currently revising in order to create some new districts out of districts 1, 3, 7, 8, 10, and 11, and 6. Not 7.
Okay, Commissioner Velat, so these are the districts. So the districts that were enjoined are removed from this. And then the overlay is May 8th version 4. And that corresponds to map 371 on the website.
Can you use the overlay for districts 1, 2, 6, and 8?
As a starting point?
Yes.
Okay. So 1 is going to be this district,
Okay.
and then 2 will be here.
Okay.
And then
6.
6, I think, would be this.
Okay. And 8.
Okay, let me see about the numbers, because I think this might also be District 3 in some maps. Just a second.
In that one, that's 8.
Okay. So I would recommend starting with District 2, since some of it's already put in here. You said you wanted to put District 2 in?
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to end up being Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Inkster, and Garden City, plus some of Westland, I think.
Okay.
Now, do you want to, well, at the moment, Dearborn Heights is not split. So do you want to split it like it is here, or do you want to keep it whole for the
I want to
moment?
keep it whole.
Okay, so approximating this, then okay, we'll just start out with that.
While he is doing that, we can take one more public comment. Do we have a Carlston Conley? Good evening, Mr. Conley.
Good evening. I just wanted to say to the commission, to the commissioners, thank you for taking your time out to hear our thoughts. So with that being said, I just wanted to say, living on the west half of Sterling Heights means I'm close to some of the great spots like Troy, Madison Heights, and Royal Oak. Whether it's exploring cool cafes, hitting up trendy shops, or enjoying the peaceful nightlife, there's always something fun to do. But I admit I don't cross Van Dyke too often, except for a city council meeting and occasional trips to Dodge Park. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so this portion will end up going into 6, so I'll assign that to 6 now. Okay, so again, there are some differences at the moment. It looks like there's a portion of Detroit. Let me double check this. Yeah, okay, so this is Dearborn. This is Dearborn Heights. And then Inkster and Garden City. So those are all whole communities, and they're all in this District 2 for the moment. Then the question is, do you want to take out this portion of Detroit and follow this line?
Yes, go ahead and put those in too, the ones that are outside. And then go ahead and put above Garden City within that blue line.
Okay, just a moment.
Yep.
Okay, so let me take out this portion of Allen Park. Okay, so this is 3.18 over, and that does have all of Dearborn Heights. It doesn't follow exactly the boundary of District 2. So did you want to take out this portion of Dearborn Heights or take out something out of Westland instead or something else?
Let's take that little section out. Will that make up the difference? Will it make up the 8,000 people?
If you take out the Dearborn Heights portion,
Yes.
well, it should, yes.
Okay, then let's do that.
What's that portion directly above Dearborn Heights that goes into District 6?
That's some of Detroit right here.
That would be another place to potentially look to make up that population deviation. That way, 6 has more of Detroit and Dearborn Heights is not split up in 2. Just an idea.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so keep Dearborn Heights together and then
yes.
take out that northern portion of Detroit. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so with that adjustment, it's following mostly the district shape that you were looking at, but it keeps Dearborn Heights together, and it took that out, and that takes it to District 2 at 0.54, 1,400 over. Okay, so I'll work on 6. So 6 is all of Livonia and Redford and a portion of Detroit. And then it'll end up probably needing to be adjusted a little because we added some more here.
Okay, thanks.
While Mr. Morgan is doing that, we can take one more public comment. Do we have a Cassidy Conley? Good evening, Cassidy.
Sorry, it was tall. Good evening. Thank you to the commission for taking the time out to hear us today. I appreciate this opportunity. So my name is Cassidy Conley, and I live on the western side of Sterling Heights. And I'm just advocating to keep the map the way it is because as an active citizen in the community, I rarely cross Van Dyke. I cross Van Dyke once every blue moon, like for city council meetings or for when I am going to the youth advisory board meetings as a youth advisory board member. But as far as where I spend most of my time, I am in Troy every single day. I go to Madison Heights. That's where the action is, and that's where most of my community spend their time. So I love the way our map is drawn, and I advocate that we keep it the way it is. And it's a reflection of how I would draw the maps and many of our community members. So I think it's a strong reflection of how our community is, and I strongly urge you to keep the maps the way it is. And while I'm up here, I also want to advocate for the map in Detroit, as I have app ties to Detroit. I would strongly urge the change of District 8. It's not reflective of Detroit, and it minimizes the voices of a lot of the communities here in the area. I understand that drawing maps can be extremely complicated, so I commend your work and your efforts to make sure that it is as equitable as possible. And I just really strongly advocate for the equitable opportunity within Detroit Voices and the lesser of splicing the districts. So please, I appreciate your time, and I urge you just to look at the maps and, continue to do the great work that you're doing to reshape these districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. And we are changing District 8. Next on the list, we have Nicholas Babness.
How are you all doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you this evening?
Cannot complain. I'm here.
Glad to have you.
So, it's good to see you all again. I think this is our 4th rodeo or something like that, doing this. So it's been pretty fun. I'm Nicholas Barnes. I'm here to present some talking points about a map I submitted on the portal called the Motor City Map. And I'm here to offer a few points on why you should consider it.
This is a Senate map titled Motor City?
Yep.
Okay.
I know. That's all I can come up with. But, I figured it could be open to change. I just wanted to get it up there. But the Motor City map primarily draws its boundaries without factoring in race, with only a few precincts being exceptions. This approach yields better population equity compared to the 22 map. Notably, it establishes three minority Black districts, District 1, 2, and 3, and another district with significant Black minority. The plan is to effectively represent Detroit's Black communities, Dearborn Arab community residents, and Southwest Detroit's Hispanic and Latino residents. It has minor, potentially positive impacts on partners' fairness, respects the county, city, and township boundaries as well, and boasts greater compactness compared to the 22 Senate map. So in detail, to go into Districts 1, 2, 3, and District 8, the portion of the voting age citizens are Black in District 1. So District 1 will have a BVAP of 58%, where District 2 would be 81.2%. And District 3 would be 79.5%, and District 8, 37.8%. Just re-echo innocence. So it preserves 30 out of 38 districts, so there's only changes to 8 districts in the current map. It provides significant districts of opportunity complying with the VRA. The map preserves partisan fairness, and this map does not provide any advantage or disadvantage to any candidate. And this map is better on population equality and county boundaries and compactness. So I don't know if you had a chance to go into the portal just to describe the map word of mouth. I kept my districts below 8 Mile because I feel like you can get 3 districts with respect to the Arab communities, giving them a district down in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. I know there's parts of Melvindale left out. I've been checking the arguments that unfortunately my map does that, unfortunately. But overall, I think that this map is very drawn without taking in consideration of race and just looking at what's the most best compact districts that you can get inside of the areas that we are redrawing. So I definitely recommend going to give it a look. It's called the Motor City Map. It's on the public comment portal. I provided both the days redistricting link and the shapefile. I think it's a good map, not because I drew it, because I think the data will show that it's a pretty good map. And I think compared to what we're up against, I feel like it's probably the best representation of Detroit, taking in all the different cultures and communities that we have here. It kind of gives everybody what they want to a certain extent. So thank you. I hope your drive home is safe. I hope your dinner is warm. Glass of wine or whiskey or water is cold, warm, however you want it. And you get everything you want this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. And I do have your map up, and I'll definitely be taking a look. Appreciate you submitting one. All right, Commissioner Vallette, please continue.
Okay, so I brought in the rest of District 6, and as I was saying, it is just a little bit over. Before adjusting that, I recommend we put in most of the other 1 and 8 as you like, and then you can determine where you might want to take something out of 6 if you want to do that. Okay?
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, and then you want me to follow this boundary of 1 for the moment?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get that in. Commissioner Reed, Mr. Fink has his hand raised.
Mr. Fink.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting for Mr. Morgan to fill this in, I just wanted to take an opportunity to make an overall reminder that commissioners should consider explaining in the context of the ranked redistrict constitutional criteria the reasons for making various mapping decisions as you go along here. Again, just an overall reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fink.
Okay, so this is the District 1 from the overlay, and then the next would be District 8.
Okay.
Commissioner Kellum?
Janice, I know you're zooming, and I stepped away for a moment. I have, thinking about what Mr. Moorhead was saying earlier, and I know you're filling in the overlay. What if in District 6, instead of it going east-west, we cut off the part that's in Livonia and start to try to create this kind of curved wraparound area?
Okay, sounds great. Let's let John finish 8.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll make some changes because we might have to do some population.
Yeah, I didn't
changes.
know where the good stopping point was.
Okay, Commissioner Villette. So this is 8, almost exactly from the overlay. I did not take this portion of 7 yet. I wanted to check with you and see if you want me to take that. This is the original 7 from the Linden map.
Yeah, go ahead and put that in. And then Commissioner Kellum, you were talking about Mr. Moorhead, about instead of the spokes going out, he said to use the rim.
Yeah, so for using this as an example, in 6, Livonia is like this, I'm gonna call it like a perfect square. On the other side of that is Brightmoor, Redford Township. So that blue line, I believe, could be Inkster, and we could attempt to maybe use that as Inkster Road, let me be specific, right to the left side of the word Redford. We could use that as a dividing line to squish that district more into Detroit. And then with Livonia, you could wrap that around, like curve it up into Farmington and go to the right. Does that make sense of what I'm saying?
Yeah, John, did it make sense to you?
Or anyone else? It doesn't just have to be
Well, I mean,
pressure on Jan.
I just want to make sure, oh yeah. I just want to make sure John knew what you were saying.
It's 13 of us.
Right. Does anybody else have any ideas?
Commissioner Orton?
So Commissioner Kellum, you were saying the blue line to the left of the word Redford or the right of the word Redford?
I believe it's to the left, but I could be incorrect. We'd have to zoom in to see if that's Inkster.
Yeah, I think John was moving the cursor up and down.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Yep.
That's the boundary of Redford Township there.
So that means between 6 and 2, for instance, if we chopped Livonia off, 6 and 2 would become kind of like this north-south setup that we would have to play with. I'm only suggesting this, like, this is your turn. So I'm suggesting this because if we were to try it before it gets too far, that might be an opportunity, but it's up to the rest of the commissioners for this map.
Okay, well,
Well, I think if you're trying to go that route, it's almost like the corner of Farmington Hills, which sits just above Livonia and just to the west of Southfield, is kind of like the pivot point. If
You're getting a head nod. You can't see it though, Commissioner Callahan, but someone agrees with that suggestion. So can you repeat it?
I was just pointing out that Farmington Hills kind of sits on the corner there of the city between Farmington and Novi. That's kind of like your pivot point for where if you want to change from going north-south to east-west directions, that's kind of your fulcrum there. I don't know if that helps you visualize in your mind how you might make districts go across the top of the city, east-west, and then turn on the edge, but it just seems like that's the natural turning point. You were kind of saying the same thing, Commissioner Callum.
Yeah, but I think yours creates a more visual. If you chime in to make your suggestions, and that's up to Commissioner Villette as well.
Yeah, so I mean, to your point, Livonia right now is Livonia is not in the 4 quadrants that the public commenter had discussed, right? Livonia would be like the first rim on the outside of the city. So that the question there is that one's going to go in a north-south direction. So you can make it go north up into Farmington, or you can make it go south, wrap around the western side of Detroit going down. But in any rate, the Farmington Hills area could either move into Livonia, and that's where you start your north-south direction, or you can have it go into Southfield and use that the beginning of your east-west direction. I've never drawn this before, so I don't know how that would work, but that's just how it kind of visualizes in my mind.
Okay, Commissioner Villette, so taking into account what you asked originally, you have 1, 2, 6, and 8 are principally in the way you wanted it, and that does leave some unassigned area here in Taylor, portions of Lincoln Park and portions of Allen Park.
Thank you. Okay. I need some help.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, this is not filling in that bottom part, but why don't we do what Commissioner Callahan, I just almost lost the name. Why don't we do what she and Commissioner Kellum were talking about and take Livonia up and just see how it works? However, Commissioner Callahan or Kellum might have to direct that.
So are y'all speaking, are you trying to make like an upside down L shape that's Livonia, Farmington, Farmington Hills, and Southfield?
Yes, but I also think it's just a matter of us just trying it, like someone just direct John. I don't want to direct. So, okay. Commissioner Callahan, you can chime in as well. I mean, we are collaborating. So, let's try what you're saying. So are we saying Livonia, Farmington Hills, select those
Yes.
3 areas? Okay.
Are you proposing this as a new district or adding this to District 6?
Well, I think it'll go in 6, but that means 6 is probably going to have to contract. I mean,
I'm sorry,
move
go
out
ahead.
of the city of Detroit a little bit.
I see what y'all are trying to do. Let me help. So put Livonia, Farmington, and Farmington Hills into District 6. Move it along. So not that whole part of Farmington Hills, just up to District 13. Okay, now we're gonna put it in 8 for now, but it's going to go somewhere else. So Redford and the remainder of Detroit put in 8.
Yes, that helps.
Do you want to use a different holding district?
Oh, is there one available? Yeah, if there's one
Yeah,
available, do that.
Okay, so you could do this for the moment as District 3 because you have 8 is fully constructed as is, right?
Sure.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
3
you want Redford and this portion from 6 into a
into
District
3.
3? Okay.
All right, now let's go back. Let's look at 6.
Okay, and as you look at 6, it needs more population, yes.
Right.
And this holding district of 3 is a partial district.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna go east into Southfield on 6. It's currently in 7
You want all of Southfield?
for now. I'm just getting the general shape down, and then that part that's above 3 now, that includes 7, can put that in 3.
This portion of Detroit?
Right. Okay, let's focus on 3. It's still, I'm sorry, let's focus on 6. It still is 10% over, about 28,000 people.
10% under.
Under.
If it's under, oh, wait, which one's under? 3?
3 and 6 are both under.
So if 6 is under, my preference would be to make Farmington Hills whole. Don't know if you can do that. If there's room for that.
Why don't you direct John?
So that would be going on the top of the green section, section C, 6 to get the rest of Farmington Hills.
Okay.
And then
That's right on the population. If you take more, you'll be over. It's a positive 2.5% deviation.
okay.
Commissioner
So 3
Orton.
needs somewhere to grow.
Commissioner Callahan, I just wanted to interrupt you for a second. I just wanted to let you know you got a thumbs up from the audience here.
Good, thank you. So now I don't know where to grow 3 into. The only place it can really go is into 8.
South.
Oh, well, it could go south too.
Yep. Well,
but I don't want to tear up the Dearborn community.
Let me see. Yeah, you're right, Commissioner Callahan. I think 8 would be a good way.
So if that works, let's try to grow 3 going east.
Mm-hmm.
We have about 20 minutes left in today's meeting, and I do see some folks in the crowd who have not spoken yet. I really recommend, as you're watching, if you have anything you'd like to add, to please sign up to give your opinion to the commission. Mr. Morgan, did you have something to add?
I would just point out again that there's unassigned population south, which could go into any one of these southern districts, and then you would have surplus population to use for 3, 6, etc.
Okay, so I don't know too much about South Detroit. Does someone want to figure out how to get that added into 2 perhaps so that we can push into 3, give 3 some from the, I don't know.
Well, in this configuration, 2 is okay on population, but 5 is low. You could put Garden City and Inkster into 5 and then take 2 south into Taylor. Now that changes how 2 looks in here, but that could work. Or you could continue with 3 and curve around on 1 at a later time.
Yeah, 5 is 104,000 people under, and this area here is going to be not 104,000 people. It'll be probably barely 65.
So Commissioner Villat, I don't know what you want to do.
Brittany, do you have an idea?
I was thinking Garden City and Inkster could go west.
I'd say that's worth a shot, going with Garden City and Inkster into 5 west.
Mhm.
And you still have this portion of Westland here as well.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay, let's do that, John.
So we're going to take out of 2 a portion of Westland, Garden City, and Inkster, or some combination of that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that leaves District 2 underpopulated by 75,000 and District 5 underpopulated by 27,000.
Commissioner Orton?
So with the unassigned area down Taylor and down there, I think since we're running out of time, we're going to have to finish this another day. I think we would benefit from Commissioner Muldoon being here to help with that area because has some ideas, some opinions about that area.
This is Commissioner Kellum. I agree.
So we're gonna stop now, right here?
Mr. Morgan?
If I could, just for housekeeping, when we close this down for the end of the day, some plans were potentially going to be sent for VRA analysis, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I could, is Commissioner Lang available?
Commissioner Lang?
I'm here.
Okay, so did you remember there was an issue with the maps that you had drawn, the version 1 and version 2? I don't know if you want to bring any of those changes forward very quickly or save those for another time.
That depends on the commission of the whole. That's up to them.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's save this one. We'll come back to it after having some time to look at it and come back to it on Tuesday. Commissioner Lang, your hand is still up.
Yep. John, now that it's in compliance, will you send those both for VRA?
Okay, so what Commissioner Lang is talking about is on the break, we made a version 3 and version 4, which corrected the population deviation. So she's asking for those to be sent forward. So
Can you pull them up real quick, just
sure.
so we can show it?
No problem.
The differences, the changes you made.
So this one is a carry forward of Commissioner Lang's version 1. We named it version 3. And the issue was that there was a geographic discrepancy which caused the population to be out of alignment in District 7. So all that was done were 2 voting precincts here were taken into 13
Excuse
from
me,
7.
we can't see the map.
Of course, I'm sorry. Doing too many things at once. All right, let's try that again. All right, so again, this is carrying forward the plan that was version 1 that was reviewed. And then the only changes were that these 2 voting precincts,
I can't
11,
see
9.
anything.
Okay, I'll wait until it catches up. Commissioner Curry, is that better?
No, I'm not saying anything but the president and Jason Kelsey and Pennsylvania Bancel and a bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
Can the other folks on Zoom see the map?
I can see it.
Okay. Continue, Commissioner Lang.
John was showing the 2 basically precincts that were taken out to make the population correct. And the reason I did that is with them both containing lakes, I figured that kind of kept all of the lakes in the same district. So, you have people that live around the lakes, they might have concerns about their lakes and maintaining them. So it could almost be considered a community of interest, even though we haven't heard about it.
Okay, and then the same thing was done in this version 4, which is carrying forward Commissioner Lang's version 2. So those same two precincts were moved from 7 to 13, and then you see on the deviation, it's all within plus or minus 2.5. And again, the same area of District 7. Just a second, this is not right. This is the collaborative version, just a moment. Okay, this will look exactly like what we just saw in that area. So again, these two precincts were taken from 7 into 13. So those were the changes. So those are Commissioner Lang's version 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Villette.
You're welcome.
Next up would be Commissioner Andrade. Now, we don't have a ton of time left, and I believe the maps that are completed at this point are all going for analysis, but we will not receive that analysis until next Thursday to make it fair so that we get the VRA analysis for all of the maps at the same time. Do you want to go now or start on something now?
No.
There is a there is a small change I'd like to make on one of the maps that we did on Tuesday, if you want to help me out with that.
Okay, sure. What map is that? And I'll relay that information to John.
It is map 360, 5724 version 6.
Okay.
Would you mind repeating that again, Commissioner Eid?
Yes, 5724 version 6. 360 on the portal.
Okay, do you want to look at that or make a copy of it and make changes?
Yeah.
Copy.
Make a
changes.
copy.
Okay. All right, let me get the correct map.
So this is one of the collaborative ones. It was based on 050224 version 1, and then though that was in turn based on some of the collaborative ones we did before, but it's that one that has the 3 Detroit Center districts, one that goes around downriver and around Dearborn to include that downriver Hispanic community. The other that includes central Detroit, including Hamtramck with Highland Park, and the last that includes the east side of Detroit going up into Warren. And it also includes that same District 2 and map 350. It was imported into this map with Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Allen Park. Something we might want to take a look at later is what to do with Melvindale and Lincoln Park, but that's not what I want to do now. All I want to do is make those same changes we made to Van Buren Township in the other maps to this one.
So putting the balance into 4 and then making some changes into Romulus to balance it out?
Yep.
Okay, and we'll see what the precincts are because there's been several configurations of District 4. So first we'll do Van Buren.
And is there anyone out there in the crowd who would like to provide public comment? We do have a few more minutes. As long as you're signed up before 7, we will hear from you. I don't want to pick on y'all, but I see at least 4 people out there that have not spoken yet. No pressure, though.
Okay, so that's taking 4 precincts. It shows that District 4 is a little over the population, so you could take 1 more of Romulus, which has been done in some other configurations.
I mean, if the overall deviation is okay, I think along the highway there is a pretty good dividing line. So
okay, so it's positive 2.55.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm all right with that for now.
Okay.
That's all. That's just the one change I wanted to make. If you zoom out, I already talked about what this is. This one also has Sterling Heights, Troy, and Madison Heights together. And then the other districts are similar to what are in the other maps. It does not change District 12 from Linden. I know we are waiting on somebody to make public comment. Are they here? No? Well, at this time, thanks for letting me do that, Commissioner Andrade. We'll return to your turn on Tuesday. Do we have an executive director's report today?
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Just want to alert everyone that our next commission meeting is on Tuesday. I repeat, Tuesday, May 14th, and we'll be meeting 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We will have a lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and our schedule for next week is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the entire time between 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's a virtual meeting, which means that people will only have 90 seconds, up to 90 seconds to speak. So just want to reiterate that we will be having the meetings next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 14th, 15th, and 16th, from 10 o'clock a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m., with a break from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Also want to know that in response to feedback from the public as well as our vendors, that we have updated the website, and right there on the front page of the website you can click on the mapping schedule and get the times for the meetings as well as our public hearings that are coming up in June 11th, 12th, and 13th. June 11th will be at Cass Tech, June 12th will be at Detroit King, and on June 13th we will be at Detroit Renaissance. So just want everyone to know you can get that information. It's accessible off the front page of the website. On the 16th of May, our chair shared earlier, and we talked about yesterday, we will have our Voting Rights Act Council will be the part of the first presentation that will do a Voting Rights Act analysis, and then he will be followed by our partisan fairness analysis that will also take place on the 16th. So for those of you who are interested in seeing the analysis of the maps, please tune in Thursday, May 16th, when Mark Braden, our VRA counsel, will be participating, as well as our VRA data expert, Dr. Max Palmer. And then for partisan fairness, we will have Dr. Lisa Hanley that will be a part of that, who's associated with Election Data Services. That's the information I have for my report. Mr. Chairperson, at this time, I do know that we had a request from Pastor Steve Bland, who said he should be here hopefully before 7, but if not, we will have to wait for him for another time. But definitely wanted to provide him with that opportunity to be here and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Are there any announcements today? A few people did just walk in. Would either of you like to provide comment to the commission? Just observing, okay.
Chair Commissioner Lang has her hand raised.
Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I just want to say earlier today, I had thanked our mappers and our ASL interpreters, and not on purpose, I forgot our closed captioning staff and all of the other translators. So I just wanted to make sure they were included to let them know we appreciate the work you do very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. A lot goes into these meetings. It's not easy to do this, and we appreciate everybody who helps make it happen. Well, with that said, the items on the agenda are complete, and the commission has no further business. And a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Vallette to adjourn. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Lang.
I'm just concerned, my clock says 6:57. Is there anybody else there? Just because it was posted till 7. Don't get mad at me, guys. I'm just saying it was posted till 7.
I'm not mad at you. Oh, we do have one more coming. Wonderful. Before 7, you made it. Commissioner Lett, would you table your motion momentarily? Or withdraw your motion? Welcome. Our last speaker today will be Pastor Steve Bland.
Allow me to take 15 seconds of my time to catch my breath. I am grateful to see each of you again. I guess it's befitting somewhat that I'm the last speaker for this session, as I was the very first speaker for the first sessions dealing with the redistricting work that you did, and let me commend you for that work that you did regarding the House. I only want to come today to first of all thank you all again for your work and for the time that you've put in, given all that needs to be done and the complexity of it. As I stated before, the 3 pillars of a democracy deals with issues that regard how we account for our people through census, through the voting process that we will be doing this year in a couple of occasions, and redistricting that helps to apportion it. I am sensitive to this Senate map in particular because, as I see it, there are ways that this map particularly can be drawn that for Senate purposes can affect the political realities of persons. And I know your task is not to deal with things based on partisanship left and right, but what is a difference in what is right for the majority of the constituents of people and what we call communities of interest. I only want to just add a piece to what I've said earlier in regards to the House. In my estimation, and I still have the strong view, that particularly in this city, the beloved city of Detroit, which I celebrate as a pastor 20 years this month as a pastor in this city, and 40 years of ministry, and I praise God for both. But as I've advocated for people in all the municipalities that I've served, and of course half of it now being here, and I call Detroit home, I want to just say for the people who are communities of interest that I serve in majority portion, whether people look at it from a racial perspective, what I know that you have been tasked not to look at, or look at it from different other perspectives, I will say that Black people in Detroit have unique interests that should be served at the Senate level through the ability of making sure those maps that are drawn help those persons who remained in this city to make sure they can be properly and adequately represented. It's difficult to represent people whose interests that you're not familiar or do not know, even in your best intentions. And there are a lot of people who I know in their heart want to do the best thing and the right thing. But the best person to serve in that capacity are people who run out of that district, who understand the complexities of a growing community. I'm grateful that I have the capacity to see growth happen in many ways. And diversity is good. Different does not mean deficient. But how we draw those lines are still important to those seniors who are at the sunset of their life, and those babies who, like my granddaughter, is at the dawning of life, hoping to have an opportunity that they can get the goods and services that everybody else enjoys. So I just ask, as you are tasked to do this work, I don't come advocating for a particular map or any of that nature, but I just let you know that, again, as pastor in this community, I am praying for each of you, your families. I thank you for the work that you've done. I lift you up continuously in the decision making you must make. But do keep in mind that I still believe that the community of interest that you're dealing with, particularly in the one that I represent, needs you to do the right thing. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for allowing me to come from my office to get here to give the last word. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate your comments, and I'm praying for you as well.
Mother's Day to all the women on the panel. All right.
With that said, we did have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Vallette to adjourn. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor to adjourn, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned at 7:04 p.m.